or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
As the new training week opens this morning, the hope is for a rebound after last week's rough results. Everything down across the board Friday. The Dow lost 611 points and lost over 2% of its value last week. The NASDAQ down 418. It's now in correction territory as it is down 10% from its record high on July the 10th. It lost more than 3.3% of its value last week. And the S&P 500 was down 100 on Friday. It also lost more than 2% of its value last week. Now, that all came after the weaker-than-expected jobs report, employers adding 114,000 jobs in July. The unemployment rate rose to 4.3%, the highest level since October of 2021. Meanwhile, earnings reports today from BioNTech and Tyson Foods. Fox, our parent company, reports earnings tomorrow. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A comment made in 2021 and recently revived in the 2024 presidential race has sparked some unexpected conversations about childless cat ladies, something Ohio Senator J.D. Vance says was never meant as a criticism of people without children.
If you look at the full context of what I said, it's very clear the Democrats have tried to take this thing out of context and blow it out of proportion.
The Republican vice presidential nominee telling Fox News He was criticizing what he calls an increasingly anti-parents and anti-child attitude of the left.
We should be pro-family, generally speaking, as a party. And I think that our country has become particularly hard for parents, especially under the policies of Kamala Harris.
Vice President Kamala Harris, like President Biden, has argued they're working to lower costs for families. But there's a bigger picture on who's childless and why. A Pew study this spring found that many adults 50 and older who haven't had kids and under 50 who say they're not likely to either don't want to or want to focus on other things. A third in the older group surveyed also listed not finding the right partner as a major reason. But in the younger group, more than one third, 36%, said they can't afford to raise a child. And it is expensive. The most recent report from the U.S. Agriculture Department estimates more than $233,000 for one child birth to age 18, even more when adjusted for inflation. And no, that does not include college. But regardless of the reasons, Americans are having fewer babies, which can have far-reaching effects.
It's been long in the making. I mean, the cost of living has increased quite significantly, particularly for things like housing. I mean, obviously, you can't have a family, have kids without a home, and that's gotten a lot more difficult in recent years.
Moody's chief economist Mark Zandi.
And then, of course, the cost of childcare itself has risen considerably, and the availability of childcare since the pandemic that shut down a lot of child care centers across the country. So this is not something that is just recent. It's something that's been long in the making. So no big surprise.
Is this the kind of thing that ebbs and flows depending on how the economy is doing, or is this something that's been consistently building for a while?
Both. This is long in the making. It's if you go back after World War II, for example, the typical family would have about 3.5 kids. It steadily has been declining since then, and now we're down to about 1.7 children per woman, female of childbearing years. So that has been long in the making, but it does ebb and flow depending on economic circumstances. When the economy is struggling, when there aren't a lot of jobs, when inflation is high, that makes it more difficult for people to afford children. And then there's, events that can shape things as well. I mean, I do think the pandemic really has had an impact on lots of different things in our lives, including the desire to have children. So a lot of different factors, some of which I would consider to be longer term, more structural, that have been playing out for decades, generations, and some that more cyclical, that, are a function of what's going on in the economy.
Childless adults, in theory, would have more discretionary income. Are we actually seeing signs of that, and who benefits from that?
Yeah, in fact, more recently, the decline in fertility rates, the decline in number of children per female childbearing years, is largely due to an increase in the number of people that are just women that are not having children at all. It's not, it's partly people are getting married later, partly that when they're having children later, they're having fewer children. But the big thing here most recently is just people are just not having children whatsoever. And lots of reasons for that again. But I think the primary reason is economic, that, women view children as just an option. They have other options, including a career, and they're taking that option, and that goes to the cost. And as a result, they are able to save more and presumably retire earlier as a result.
But are we seeing in the broader economy ripple effects from that? Or have those studies sort of not been done yet? Do we see a correlation between, it's a boon for the cruise industry or certain vacation resorts, or, things that if they're not spending money on raising a child, they're spending money on X, Y, and Z, and we're actually seeing effects of that?
Yeah, I haven't noticed that yet in terms of consumer spending patterns. I'm sure there are, but it doesn't. I haven't seen that in a kind of a broader macroeconomic sense, looking at broad spending patterns. But that is happening to some degree. I mean, the bigger deal from a broader economics perspective is, the population is aging, right? So if you have fewer folks that are having kids, we're all getting older, and you've got this large baby boom cohort that's retiring and leaving the labor force. So it's putting real pressure on the ability of the economy to grow and to support things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, it's the young people who are working who generate the tax revenue to pay for those social services. Just to state the obvious, this is not just a U.S. issue. This is a global issue. It's happening all over the planet. And to some degree, it's happening more significantly in other places in the world, China, for example, or Germany and Japan. But those economies are struggling because of these demographic trends that are playing out. So I do think that the more significant economic issue is actually longer run and what it means for the ability of the economy to grow and to be able to support people that are older.
Is there a magic number for the U.S. economy in terms of babies? You know, how much does population growth have to slow down for it to become an actual problem and not just a pressure point?
Well, it's a problem if it continues. I mean, the fertility rate's 1.7 children. The so-called replacement rate is 2.1. So if you want to maintain your population without immigration, abstracting from that, from the number of immigrants coming into the country, if you want to maintain your population, you need 2.1 children per female of childbearing years, as opposed to where we're at now is 1.7. We do allow immigrants into the country, and this is another reason why we need immigrants, right? Because if the native-born population is declining or not growing, which is increasingly the case, if we want to maintain our economy and continue to grow, we need more immigrants to come into the country. Obviously, you want it to be the right kind of immigration, and you need to be able to control it and monitor it and make sure that it's working for everybody, which is not happening right now. But we need immigrants to be able to fill the void created by this decline in fertility and slowing population growth.
Some countries, Russia, for instance, have created financial incentives to try and help spark baby booms. Do those kinds of things work?
They help on the margin. I think you have to really make it very attractive and lucrative. We do things here, too, that have attempted to address the cost of child care, like the child tax credit. If you have a child, you get a tax credit. That was increased substantively as part of the American Rescue Plan. That was President Biden's COVID relief plan. Those extra benefits, the souped-up child tax credit expired, and Congress hasn't been able to figure out a way to increase those again. There's been lots of calls for legislation here to defray some of the costs of child care, particularly for lower-income households. But that really hasn't gone anywhere. But other nations have implemented policies, and to varying degrees, but I think it needs to be significant, meaningful, and consistent. You have to be committed to it as a nation, and we're not there yet.
Are children their own kind of economic stimulus? They certainly use a lot of products.
Oh, sure. You made the point that what we spend our money on is changing because there's more childless families, fewer children. So we're spending less on some things, more on another, but we're still spending. That's not the issue. I don't think. If you look at overall consumer spending, it's fine. That's why the economy continues to move forward, and we continue to maintain a low unemployment rate. So Americans tend to find a way to spend money, and we're certainly doing that. It's just what we're spending the money on is changing over time because of these demographic trends.
How do companies navigate these kinds of trends, and how much of an impact does that have on business? And I'm sure it varies individually by company, but gauging which products they're going to sell more of. For instance, a company like Nestle that caters to both older populations and children.
Yeah, they're getting very good at this, better over time. They have good market research. They do good surveys. They focus groups. They're quite systematic and careful and rely on data and models and statistics to help them try to understand consumer spending behavior and then to respond to it. I mean, that's a big part of running consumer product companies that really depend on understanding their end use markets and what people want and how that demand is changing over time. So companies are quite good at gauging these things, trying to figure out what it means for their business and how to adapt to them. But that's the difference between very successful companies and companies that aren't, and ones that don't even survive. I mean, you have to be able to understand, how things are changing in your marketplace and learn how to adapt to them. And that's key to a successful business.
Do you think globally there's enough attention paid to the size of Earth's population and how it's distributed and how countries are managing it?
I think policymakers all over the world are focused on this increasingly as an issue because population is declining in different parts of the world. Chinese, obviously have adopted various kinds of policies over the decades, and the result is now their population is declining, and they're desperately trying to incent women to have more babies. Other countries are responding as well. I think everyone understands that this is a very significant economic problem as you move forward here. So yeah, I think governments around the world are focused on it. And trying to respond to it. It's not an easy problem to fix, and it's one of those problems that even if you make a change today, it's not going to have any real impact for a decade or two or three down the road. So it's hard to see the impact, and that makes it more difficult politically to get something done. But yeah, I think governments are quite focused on this as an issue going forward.
Moody's chief economist Mark Zandi, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for the opportunity.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
These days, the cost of fixing or replacing things in your home is going through the roof with no end in sight. Air conditioning replacement, $6,000. New refrigerator, $1,500. Flat screen TV, $1,200. Don't wait till it's too late. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. For as little as $1 a day, Everything Breaks can cover it all. Appliances, plumbing, air conditioning, home electronics, including cell phones and more. Everything Breaks covers repairs your insurance doesn't, saving you hundreds, even thousands on unexpected repair bills. Call Everything Breaks now before something else breaks. Call for your free quote. Call 855-865-SAVE. That's 855-865-SAVE.
Get it all covered your way, 'cause everything breaks.
Limitations and exclusions apply. See plan terms and conditions for details. Coverage not available in all states. Actual savings may vary based on the coverage plan and repairs needed. Call 855-865-SAVE. Online at goeverythingbreaks.com.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of two, and a grandmother of two. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Fears of a U.S. recession causing the Nikkei 225 to plunge 12.4% as jittery investors worry the U.S. may be in worse financial shape than originally expected. The sell-offs at one point prompting 2 halts in trading. All in the wake of last week's economic numbers in the U.S., as we hear from Fox's Lucas Tomlinson.
That jobs report that came in with less than stellar numbers. Also, unemployment ticked up to 4.3%. That's about a point higher than a year ago.
And Hurricane Debbie landfall expected within hours in Florida.
Debbie has been upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. It's forecast to make landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast this morning with sustained winds of about 75 miles per hour.
Fox's Ashley Strohmeyer. By midweek, Debbie will cause extreme amounts of nearly 2 feet of rain, parts of Georgia and South Carolina. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
American Noah Lyles is the world's fastest man, winning the Olympic 100 meters by 0.005 of a second over Jamaica's Kashane Thompson. Scotty Scheffler tied the course record at Le Golf National, going 9 under in the final round to win golf gold. In the pool, Bobby Fink defended his gold in the men's 1,500 meter with a world record. The U.S. women's 4x100 medley relay team got a gold and world record. Kristen Faulkner got the U.S.'s first gold since 1984 in the women's cycling road race. The U.S. women's basketball team beat Germany 87-68 to claim the top seed in the knockout round, and Novak Djokovic added a gold medal to his 24 Grand Slam tennis titles. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There's no coincidence that what Pat McAfee did, called out management, top execs at ESPN. There's no question that Stephen A. can do the exact same thing. And everyone knows now you're not going to be punished at the very top of the media hierarchy at ESPN. Chad, the line of I'm black, he's white. Well, now, from that angle, he's looking at the contract extension. He wants to be the highest paid at ESPN. He's made no secret about that. This is his brand. He's getting more discussion by bringing up Pat McAfee, which by and large he was complimenting him. He knows that going down the McAfee lane is going to pit him versus ESPN as well. And that's exactly what he's doing because, again, his contract's coming up. He wants to do less. He wants to be paid more. And not just more, he wants to be the highest paid. And the new version of Stephen A. is Pat McAfee.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Bloomberg Money Minute. The rush of quarterly earnings continues. Disney, CVS Health, Uber, Novo Nordisk, and Yum Brands reporting this week. Last week, reports from Amazon and Intel helped trigger a major stock sell-off, along with a report showing weaker than expected U.S. job creation. If you work for a small business, a pay raise may be a little harder to come by. The National Federation of Independent Business says a third of small firms say they boosted pay last month, down 5 percentage points from June. And if you're stuck at an airport because of canceled or delayed flight, beware of venting on social media. Federal Trade Commission says scammers troll social media sites for victims, and bad guys posing as airline customer service agents contact frustrated travelers, ask for information including booking phone or bank account numbers. A strategist at cybersecurity company NexusSure tells USA Today the cost of dark web crime could top $20 trillion by 2026. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BICEP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BICEP to 321-321. That's BICEP to 321-321.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com. Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats. And fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, August 5th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live on YouTube for your video viewing pleasure as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Dawn Stensland back from vacation. Hello, Dawn.
Hey, back from the Junior Olympics, not the Paris Olympics. That would have been fabulous. But the Junior Olympics, you know, in Greensboro, North Carolina, with my kids.
I love that. I love that section of the country.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Did any biological men punch any biological females in the face in the Junior Olympics?
Absolutely not. Thank God.
Just checking. All right. Everything else was good, though, for you? You missed a lot. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. Never a slow minute
in
news.
And never a slow minute on this show as we have all sorts of goodies lined up today. Gregory, how are you?
So is it going to be today? JD Vance. Will Josh Shapiro be named the vice president today?
TikTok.
I know tomorrow is supposed to be that big rally in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Leah Corus Center.
But is it going to be today? Because I really thought it was going to come out over the weekend.
I did too. There was also a ad that was, I don't know if it was leaked intentionally, accidentally, where it seemed like they kind of let where they kind of let the cat out of the bag a little bit. I don't know if that was just to try to gauge the pulse of the people in advance, if they have a change of heart. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I think that I just think it was like a hype video.
But you're going to hype something that might not happen? I mean, you know it's going to happen, but you know what I mean? Like,
very odd.
It was very, it's exciting. I don't know.
I tell you what.
She wanted to endorse him.
That's going to be the theme of the big take today. Like, I get it. Some people still on vacation, checked out. It'll change in September. But if you were exhausted and bored and of the belief of Biden, Trump, I don't think that malaise exists anymore when it pertains to Trump v. Harris and the new matchup, so to speak. We'll get to that this morning. Trump and Kamala all in financially on Pennsylvania. Also, J.D. Vance coming to Philadelphia. We'll
South
get to that.
Philadelphia.
How about that?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Big time spending as well.
Yeah.
He needs to move in to
Pennsylvania.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
The soccer says you have a nice guest bedroom.
Yeah, let him sleep out. He'll be like Cato. He could be the pool boy. He'll sleep out back at OJ's estate.
Yeah, sorry, I don't let people who wear eyeliner.
He doesn't wear eyeliner.
No,
He has
yes,
dark
he does.
lashes.
No, he doesn't. I have photo evidence that homeboy wears.
Homeboy.
Look at this. Come on, Dawn. Look at that. Look at that. That's eyeliner.
Those are very dark lashes.
Maybe it's Maybelline. Yeah. We also have more updates and fallout from July 13th with Donald Trump, Doug Emhoff in the news, Josh Shapiro, John Fetterman, cut sheet, Stephanopoulos getting all combative.
He's really just.
That was a slur. It was a slur.
His whole
shtick.
His whole I'm a journalist now has just been thrown right out of the window. We saw it come out during the Nancy Mace interview, and he just went full-fledged Democrat operative against Byron Donalds.
Wasn't he part of that whole bimbo factor? If we're going back to slurs,
yes, he was. He was a
master.
Yes, there's that video, that infamous video from 1992, where he was on with reporters saying, if you come out with these stories about all these women that were coming forward in the Bill Clinton thing in 1992, that they would be ruined as journalists.
32 years ago.
And by the way, that was his job. I have no problem.
Sure.
I have no problem with him doing that.
Yeah.
But to then come out and pretend like none of that ever happened.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
He's as much of a journalist as I am.
I don't care if he's a Democrat operative. He has every right to be, but then let's cancel this facade about Good Morning America being, right down the middle.
Yep. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to, but let's get to the news before that. Right off the top here at 6:06, round number 1. She's back in the saddle and she's ready to go. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, yeehaw. Here we go. There's a lot going on today, and I'm going to start with the weather warnings. We are sponsored this morning, by the way. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this beautiful Monday morning for you. Let's get to it. August 5th, Monday morning. Enjoy the brightest day of the week for our entire region today. Enjoy it. It'll be hot, but at least the rain holds off. Why? Well, because as you know, we had wicked weather over the weekend causing major delays, hundreds of delayed flights at airports across the country, including here at PHL. This morning, we're hearing at least 40 flights are already delayed. So it's that domino effect and impact, especially American Airlines. So a lot going on with travel this morning. I know there are some road closures this morning. And then this ahead of the National Weather Service releasing all of these alerts for tomorrow, where we are under a major flood watch for the entire region.
Wow.
So they're expecting a lot of roadways, a lot of flooding.
Yeah, as a hurricane is about to hit landfall, in Florida, I believe,
Yes.
right? Debbie?
Yes, Debbie Downer. So Debbie, Hurricane Debbie, Category 1. So usually it goes down to a tropical storm, so we'll see. But we're looking at within the past hour, they're expecting, unfortunately, potential record-setting rains, catastrophic flooding, life-threatening storm surges as this Hurricane Debbie moves across very slowly the northern part of the state before stalling over the coastal regions then of Georgia and South Carolina. So it was very near landfall, we were told, along Florida's Gulf Coast, the Tony Bruno and Miss Robbins side.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Oh, my goodness.
The Tony Bruno and Miss Robbins.
I know. So just saying prayers that they're okay. I mean, they're building their dream house.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, that's
by the
just
way,
it.
I had to work at Music Fest this weekend for my in-laws.
You did?
You haven't lived until you've stood through a 2-hour rain delay, and I mean a monsoon of a rain delay, under a hot tent with metal poles while an electrical storm is going off.
God.
Yeah. I'm like, why don't we go inside? They're like, you can't. I'm like, okay, we'll just hang out here underneath metal poles during a lightning storm.
No. Not good.
Cool.
You got to ground everything. Were you wearing at least your rubber-soled gym shoes or whatever?
I was.
So that allegedly helps.
No flip-flops, Dawn.
And reach out, touch the mother-in-law. If you know, I'm kidding. There are more than 135,000 customers without power right now in Florida. That's already within the past hour. That's being reported. Debbie, located specifically about 45 miles northwest of Cedar Key, Florida, with max winds 80 miles an hour. So this thing is moving, and National Hurricane Center in Miami watching that very carefully. Fourth named storm of this Atlantic hurricane season, and we have just begun.
Uh-oh.
You know?
Yeah.
This is
8 weeks of storms and hurricanes and rain. I think all the climate people will be coming out of the woodwork now.
Right.
Here we go.
And speaking of storms, we here in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, we're at the center of what you may say is a political storm with Vice President Kamala Harris. She will be here tomorrow. And then we'll have the vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, here tomorrow.
How about that?
J.D. in South Philadelphia, and the Veep will be at the Leah Center, leading many to say, hey, is this a Shapiro pick?
Mm-hmm. Hurricane Harris blowing through Philadelphia, Category 1.
I will note to you that her campaign yesterday launched Republicans for Harris as she looks to win over Republican voters in Pennsylvania put off by Donald Trump's candidacy. Are you put off?
Yeah, well, I mean, some people want to put me off. Some people want to put me out the pasture. I'm not put off by it. I just don't. So is she catering and placating towards that Nikki Haley voting bloc that existed in the primaries? Because as much as I disliked Nikki Haley and I said she couldn't win, I didn't really hate the fact that some people were of the belief that I'm going to vote for Nikki Haley. But if you're a never Trump Republican, going from Nikki Haley to Kamala Harris is indefensible. Like, I'm sorry, you are a loser if you go that route. Like, if you wanted to argue Nikki Haley, okay, yeah, she's a refurbished Bush Republican. But you're going to go for Kamala Harris? Come on.
She's a refurbished Bush?
That's what I said back in the primary season. She's an old warmongerer just rebranded as a new age Republican that nobody was buying, by the way.
Crack me up.
Hey, can I just say this too, Dawn, because you were out last week. We're now 15 days in Kamala Harris. No news conference, no one-on-one interview, no policies posted on her official campaign website, and no debate locked in.
Are you unburdened?
I'm actually a little bothered by that, to be honest.
Her team is trying to create a permission structure to unburden you. I'm not making this up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a permission structure.
So far, all we've had is a rally, a concert/rally, and some appearances at a sorority. That's it in 15 days.
There you
She's
go.
running a 10th grade campaign to be, class president. and it's working poll-wise, by the way, if I'm being completely honest.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm very serious when I'm reading from the news release that Kamala's team, Vice President's team, is trying to create a permission structure for GOP voters. You Republican voters, you have permission. This is your scaffolding, your structure. I'm reading from this.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable.
It's your get out of Trump for free card.
So tomorrow's going to be a hectic day with both Kamala Harris meeting. Will Greg Stocker be right again? And will she announce her pick today? And then, boy, that'll be kind of a fizzle effect, won't it?
Yeah.
If it's Shapiro tomorrow, and
Yeah, it
you
would
know what I
be.
mean?
Yeah. Also, by the way, I'm looking forward to Stocker being wrong a little bit. If the Phillies can lose like 10 out of 12, Stocker can get a prediction wrong or two from time to time. That would be nice. Or you're due to go on a downswing.
I am.
Just saying.
I am. But today will probably not be that day.
Not be that day. But we defeated the Mariners by 6-0.
Thank God. One game.
So,
yeah.
One series.
They didn't get swept. Hooray.
And they have the Dodgers next.
Now-
I know. But that was the last series they won.
That we won, so.
And Bryce Harper is out of a slump.
Yes. He
At least
actually
yesterday.
just joined elite company with Ken Griffey Jr., well on his way to the Hall of Fame and all those statistical categories that this audience doesn't care about.
And since I was in North Carolina with the kids for Junior Olympics, and they have Biscuitville and Waffle House everywhere, so the Biscuitville breakfast biscuit, #1 breakfast biscuit in the nation.
I love a good breakfast biscuit, Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
I could go for one right now, personally.
Biscuit.
Have either of you eaten bear roadkill?
Bear roadkill? No, but I know RFK threw a dead bear in Central Park 10 years ago.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we have this weird piece of audio of him talking to Roseanne where he talks about seeing a dead cub and then picking it up because, he wanted to put the meat in the refrigerator.
Fair to say, Bobby's a little off.
What the hell is wrong with the Kennedys?
Yeah.
They are all and for years we have lionized this group of creeps.
Yeah.
They're all creeps, every single one of them.
And just remember, my boy Kennedy in Louisiana, not affiliated with the Kennedy family dynasty.
Help me understand this.
Yeah, sorry.
Help me understand how you throw a dead cub in the street.
Unless you're a fox, never eat roadkill because, like, the zombie diseases and stuff.
Mhm.
But you're not supposed to handle it.
What people don't understand is as soon as that animal dies, the meat starts to decompose.
That's nasty.
Immediately.
Yeah.
And Bobby Kennedy saw it on the. I think that we should take this up. And, like, oh God, what a dummy!
Pretty good impression. Gotta say.
Sorry.
Where did that come from? Oh my!
I'm just angered. I'm just angered
Buckle up,
that
folks.
that we as a society have thought these Kennedys have walked on water.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess
royal
it's not,
family.
I guess it's not as bad as his uncle, who's worm food now. Thank God. Killing a woman on a bridge and going and living his life afterwards. I guess we can say that it's not as bad as that. Sorry.
Hey,
so, speaking of walking on water, a flood watch posted for tomorrow as we expect heavy storms late in the day for your Tuesday tomorrow. But Monday today, enjoy it. Mostly sunny, yes, hot and humid with a high of 94, heat index reaching 100 degrees. And tomorrow, like I say, will start out sunny, but the downpours and T-storms developing later in the day, the high just 90. But this will tee us up for cooler weather, cloudy, and maybe some showers for your Wednesday, the high just 77. So at least we break the stretch of 90s and we'll head down into the mid to upper 70s starting Wednesday with more clouds and rain in that forecast. But Hurricane Debbie obviously having a huge impact. Piazza Auto Group sponsoring us. Acura Summer of Performance event happening right now at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. So get financing as low as 2.9%, 48 months on the all-electric ZDX. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:16. Let's kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
A little fuel on the fire. It is Monday, August 5th. Coming up on Tuesday, November 5th, America elects a new president. And if you thought this past weekend was a toweling or cooling off period, well, you can guess again. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are at each other's throats in the media, as well as social media, throwing canisters, barrels, and drums of gas on the fire as we are now just a mere 3 months away from Election Day in America. From rallies to debates to infidelities and identities, this has turned into a streaming service train wreck that Americans can't take their eyes off of. If you were of the belief that Biden v. Trump round 2 was a snoozer that many Americans didn't want, well, you've got your wish. Now we just wait until summer is over. In the 2024 world of politics, where cheap fakes, viral clips, and aha, gotcha moments are what make the news cycle churn, you're getting a buffet of all you can eat. But does any of it actually matter? Is the outcome still the same, regardless of what you believe the outcome was with Biden in the race? Let's start with rallies. In my opinion, they mean absolutely nothing. It's just red meat to your base. Kamala Harris needed to bring in Megan Thee Stallion to Atlanta to fill up the crowd by using a concert. Donald Trump in Atlanta this past weekend did not. And speaking of race, it's quickly become a contentious point between the Veep's identity and Trump's words. Here is Conserve the Culture founder Michaela Montgomery laying into Kamala Harris as she speaks on behalf of the black community and how the Veep is only black come election time. This was at Trump's rally in Atlanta this weekend. Listen and watch this.
Getting your feelings about things that have been said, but I want you guys to pay attention to what has been done.
They don't want to talk policy. They just want to use propaganda to steal your vote. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the black community, but all she's done is hurt the black community since she came into the game. See, the first step in destroying the black community is to dismantle the black family. So aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about black families? I wonder if Mrs. Willie Brown, a black woman, is also with her. A few days ago, President Trump said he didn't know Vice President Harris was a black woman. I'm trying to figure out what all the outrage is about because she's only black when it's time to get elected. Did I lie?
I think there's no question that many in the black community realize after doing their homework that Democrats use them as pawns to remain in power every 4 years. But what about the Republican? What did Donald Trump specifically do for the black community? Here's part 2 of Michaela actually laying out his policies. Listen and watch this.
The same black people who are mad at Trump for being confused about her race, ethnicity, nationality, whatever, are seemingly forgetting that while you're touting her as a savior for black people, she identifies as an Asian woman. She chose her side and it wasn't ours. When asked if she would ever do anything specifically for black people, she said no. Whereas Trump gave us the Platinum Plan, which specifically uplifted the black community by increasing capital by almost $500 billion, creating 500,000 new black businesses, and would give black churches the ability to fight for federal resources for their communities.
And that right there is what it's all about. Trump needs to advertise his policies and his policy victories for the black community. And generally speaking, communities aside, keep it to 3 main topics: the economy, the border, and crime. Throw in the endless wars and the other stuff as well. Trump can be right. Black voters can be right. But consistently getting into Harris's identity, as I have said for the last week or so, as well as DEI, is a losing endeavor. But how do black voters feel about Kamala Harris? And how do they feel about her specifically right here in Pennsylvania? Especially men. Here's a clip from CNN with Michael Smerconish as a field reporter went to a black barbershop in Dauphin County, PA. Listen and watch this.
Is Kamala going to make you a little more likely or less likely to vote Democrat?
Hold on, before it's Ray. Hold on, Ray. Is Kamala black? Yes or no?
I'm going to let her speak on that. But to me, no.
Oh. Is Kamala black? Yes or no?
I share that same view.
Wow. Is Kamala black? Yes or no?
I heard she was. I heard she's half black and half Asian.
When I played that audio on my SiriusXM radio program on Thursday, many callers who self-identified as African American were quick to tell me that those men were the exception, not the rule. Some described them as low-information voters, no different than you'd find among whites.
I agree with Smerconish. I don't think that's a majority consensus viewpoint, but I do think it's palpable, which is why I have said and truly believe that Donald Trump's going to get around 20% of the black vote in 2024, and that could be enough for a victory. Now, we can debate that all day. But speaking of debates, let's get to the latest merry-go-round of Kamala Harris getting into the ring with Donald Trump. The narrative out there now is that Donald Trump is ducking Kamala. That's what the Democrats are trying to portray. That's the narrative in the mainstream media. Meanwhile, Harris has rejected Trump's proposal for debating on Fox News. Harris has declined Trump's September 4th proposal, with moderators on Fox being Brett Baier and Martha McCallum. Instead, Harris is now demanding that it be on only ABC News. Quote, Donald Trump is running scared and trying to back out of the debate he already agreed to and running straight to Fox News to bail him out. He needs to stop playing games and show up to the debate he already committed to on September 10th. That is Harris Campaign Communications Director Michael Tyler. Keep in mind, he agreed to that debate when Joe Biden was the nominee. So the terms have changed. Quote, Mr. Anytime, Anywhere, Anyplace should have no problem with that unless he's too scared to show up on the 10th, Tyler continued. Let's be real about this. I think Donald Trump will absolutely destroy Kamala Harris in a debate. She's not a quick thinker on her feet. You saw what happened when Trump stepped into the lion's den on CNN against Biden with muted microphones, no audience, and moderators like Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. It was all set up to give Joe the best chance possible. It turned out to be a complete TKO that literally put Biden out to pasture for re-election. And we saw Kamala Harris get crushed by people like Tulsi Gabbard in Democratic primaries just over 4 years ago. And do you think Trump is concerned about this? Listen and watch this.
So you're now no longer are you necessarily keeping those private files in some file cabinet that's locked in the basement of the house. It's on your laptop, and it's then therefore up here in this cloud that exists above us, right? It's no longer in a physical place.
That was Kamala Harris talking about computers and the cloud. Some would say her head is in the clouds. That from a lady who still hasn't posted her official policies and stances on issues for her campaign, 15 days removed from Joe Biden dropping out. Still hasn't done a national interview in a one-on-one setting. Donald Trump is not scared of her. I would advise Democrats stop feeding the beast when it comes to debates, because eventually you are going to debate him once, maybe twice, and I don't think it's going to go in your favor. Coming up later this morning during the cut sheet, you'll hear more of Trump and Kamala when it pertains to identity, with a heated interview between George Stephanopoulos and Byron Donalds, as well as differing Democrat advisors on where the race stands today. James Carville is of one belief, David Axelrod a completely different perspective. But in the meantime, Donald Trump needs to avoid stepping on landmines, like the one I believe he did this weekend in Georgia with Governor Brian Kemp. Trump saying, quote, Atlanta is like a killing field, and your governor should get off his ass and do something about it. Trump also ripped Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger of, quote, doing everything possible to make 2024 difficult for Republicans to win. Conservative host Eric Erickson saying, quote, if he loses, it's because of his stuff, not a stolen election. Erickson also illustrating how both GOP politicians in Trump's crosshairs won easily in 2022. The rift between the two is so bad that South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, of all people, who loves a good war, is imploring both of them to repair the damage and fix their relationship. It doesn't matter what you think of Kemp or those other Georgia Republicans. It is self-inflicted damage for Trump in a state he can easily flip, having barely lost by just over 10,000 votes. Focus on Kamala Harris and her lack of conviction in policy. Focus on Harris for not debating you. Focus on the border, the economy, and the crime. She's the most unpopular vice president of all time. Nobody likes her, and nobody has voted for her. Don't lose to her. Don't lose your country. Don't lose this election all because you can't focus on what matters. The hell with Brian Kemp. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning on a Monday. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, it's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get everybody's thoughts from a busy, busy weekend, and all eyes are on Pennsylvania as tomorrow Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance come to the Keystone State with Josh Shapiro literally in the bullpen. We're back after this on a Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Summer's here, and it's time to tackle that to-do list. With an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard, get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Why are prices spiking in Pennsylvania? It's simple. It's inflation. And Senator Bob Casey's reckless spending caused the problem to grow. Casey joined Washington liberals in voting for trillions in reckless spending. All of Senator Casey's spending caused inflation to get out of control until disaster. Everything is too expensive, from gas to groceries. And Senator Casey helped create this mess. Worse, Casey voted to allow COVID relief checks for illegal immigrants and convicted criminals, even murderers. Senator Casey voted to allow more money for illegals, leaving less for us. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Monday morning. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend as we get another work week underway. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Everybody back together here on a Monday edition of Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745. We'll get to more of the Olympics gender squabbles coming up in hour 2. And a trio of stories pertaining to Donald Trump and new revelations from July 13th, as we are now 23 days removed from the attempted assassination attempt of Donald Trump. And we still don't have all the answers. Surprise, surprise. But it looks like we'll get some answers tomorrow right here in our own backyard, as tomorrow is going to be an epic day in the city of Philadelphia. And the current vice president and the hopeful vice president of the future both ascending on Philadelphia, and they won't be too far apart as all eyes on Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Inquirer laying out the arrangements for tomorrow as Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who is Donald Trump's new VP, will make a campaign stop in South Philadelphia. And he's going to appear at a place we've given tickets away to many times, usually for wrestling tickets when we give away our morning mystery movie clip. He'll be at the 2300 Arena at Rittner and Swanson, which has about a 2,000-seat capacity. And according to the Inquirer, Vance's visit apparently will begin around noon.
Wait a second.
What?
J.D. Vance is appearing at the old ECW arena.
Yes, and he's going to throw Democrats through flaming tables and hit them with kendo sticks and folding chairs.
Oh my God, that is amazing!
Isn't that a perfect fit?
That is an amazing, amazing story
For Mr. Hillbilly Elegy to show up in an old wrestling venue.
Holy S, holy S.
Yes, and then you got Kamala Harris, who will be at my old stomping grounds at the Leah Chorus Center, where yours truly graduated in 2006. Not magna cum laude, I got barely by, but I still got my degree. She'll be at Temple University, and we are going to be separate. They're going to be separated by, what is that, about 3.5, 4 miles. And I think this is an interesting concept. And is the motive to steal away some headlines from Kamala in Philly? I don't think it's really that. And some people are going to say, well, J.D. Vance, focus on other parts of Pennsylvania. But think about this, right? Pennsylvania, we know, could very well determine the election. And you might be of the belief of, J.D. Vance, just go to Butler, go to Harrisburg, go to Lackawanna County, go to the Poconos, go to Stroudsburg, go to Williamsport. But, I mean, if Pennsylvania is of the utmost importance, and as I played you that clip in the Big Take and multiple clips of the black community not necessarily rushing to jump on the Kamala Harris bandwagon, I mean, if you can pluck off some voters in Philadelphia that ultimately helps Trump win Pennsylvania, it's absolutely worth it. And this is nothing new, right? I mean, Trump has held a rally in the Bronx. I mean, Trump has gone to Atlanta, Georgia now multiple times. Donald Trump feels like the black vote is out there for the taking. And he's gone from 6% to 12% to probably above 15% this time around at a bare minimum. I don't think this is a wasted endeavor for J.D. Vance. I think this matters for the Trump campaign tomorrow. And we'll get into the financials in a minute as far as what these two candidates are spending in the swing states. But, Dawn, I'm of the belief that J.D. Vance, yes, you park your keister here in this state for 75 of the next 90 days. Go to Michigan a little bit, go to Wisconsin a little bit. You're the Rust Belt guy, Mr. Ohio. But you stay here in Pennsylvania, and I don't think you ignore Philadelphia. And I don't think Trump wants him to do that either.
No, go to South Philadelphia and talk to people. I mean, you think about Friday, just the jobs news and the stock market and that jobs report that came out, 3-year low, and which is something we've all known, that they keep saying, oh no, everything's fabulous. And they don't want to say the R word. So they say recovery. Yeah. It's not a recession, it's a recovery. Yeah. And you look at this morning now, the future's all down. I mean, it's crazy. And so it's the economy. It's the economy.
Yes.
And so that's what they need to talk about here in Philadelphia is jobs. In Pennsylvania, across the nation, talk about jobs. Talk about the fact that this administration has driven jobs, chased jobs away. And the question is, how do we get those jobs back?
Mm-hmm.
And can Trump, now Trump swears, he just was tweeting out or Xing out over the weekend, whatever, that by this time next year, he'll have everything robust and bring everything back. It's tough.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. And I think the two numbers you're referring to on Friday was, 140,000, and the unemployment rate, I should say, up to 4.3%, I believe was the
worst
figure.
Numbers we've seen in years.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's a hot mess. And the fact that they want to blame Trump over all of this, and think about Pennsylvania, fracking. You think about Kamala, what did she say? You played it. We have the receipt, as you always say.
Mm-hmm.
It just reminds me of Hillary. I know, Bo.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Yep.
Kamala is against fracking. They're shutting it down. All of them. Biden, Kamala. They're taking away your jobs. And this EV thing, and they're trying to back off of it. The bottom line is these electric vehicles require less workers. Bottom line.
Yeah.
And they don't work well. And there's a huge battery problem with them. Batteries start on fire. Batteries can't charge. We saw that in Chicago. Yada, yada, yada.
Yep.
Just talk about the economy. Talk about the jobs. All this other nonsense about, and I know we'll go through all of it, But I'm just kind of, I just am saying focus, focus, focus.
Yeah, and I think that's the most difficult thing that he can. That's what's kind of handicapping him and hamstringing him, so to speak. Don't get caught up in the DEI stuff. Don't get caught up in the gender identity. I couldn't care less if she's black, Asian, Jamaican, or anything under the sun, or anywhere in between. As I mentioned before, as you were going through the news, 15 days in, no news conference, no national one-on-one interview, even with somebody like a George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, where was she at the NABJ?
Right.
Right?
She did not show up. Right.
She was invited.
We talked about that last week, and Trump got ambushed right off the jump from Scott from ABC, and then he had to kind of fire back. She hasn't posted her policies. She has not committed to a debate. She's done rallies, concerts, sororities, and she's basically had the mainstream media do all of her work for her. And that might fly in the honeymoon period. That might fly in the month of August when people are at the shore and checked out. But that won't fly in September, post-Labor Day, once kids go back to school, once people get back to the grind, and we're within 8 to 10 weeks of the election. And the other thing that we have to get to is they had final interviews yesterday in Washington, D.C. Kamala Harris meeting with Josh Shapiro, our Pennsylvania governor, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, and Minnesota. What's that?
Astronaut.
So we got 2 space cadets, right? I think Trump said that last week when Sean Ferris joined us. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz in Washington. So do you really think Kamala Harris is going to roll out tomorrow at the Leah Corus Center a governor from Minnesota or a senator from Arizona? No. The answer is it will be Josh Shapiro. Right. And I'm about 95% convinced that'll be the case. I think it would be a stunning upset if it's not Shapiro. And the reason why I think it's Shapiro, money talks. Axios just laid out this weekend a great breakdown of swing state spending. And between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, they have spent a combined $211 million in Pennsylvania. I believe we have the graphic. Phil, if you can put it up on YouTube, you'll see the Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Nevada breakdown. So it's actually really, really close financially between the two. Kamala has spent $109 million. Trump right behind her at $102 million. But then after that, it goes to show you the financial disparity and discrepancy between the two. Kamala is spending over 4-1 in Michigan versus Trump, about 2-1 in Georgia, a little over 3-1 in Wisconsin, about 3-1 or 2.5-1 in Arizona, and then North Carolina and Nevada. You've got North Carolina, Trump spending more, and Nevada, Trump spending a little bit more. And I think right now, if I'm looking at that graphic, I feel great about Trump's chances in North Carolina, the same with Nevada. Arizona and Georgia is interesting because off the top, they should be the 2 easiest to flip based on the fact that Biden just won both of them by just over 10,000 4 years ago. But when I look at that, it tells me 2 things. Trump and Kamala know the importance of Pennsylvania. I mean, Bucks County, Bellwether County, Northampton County, which is eastern Pennsylvania, which Greg and I know very well, could very well determine this election. But what concerns me here, Dawn, is Michigan and Wisconsin. I would argue Trump's got a better chance at Wisconsin right now than Michigan. But looking at the financial disparity in Michigan, I almost get the feeling that Trump is punting on Michigan based on the Muslim vote and the far left adherence to doing whatever you can to be pro-Palestinian with the progressive faction of the party. I'm not sure what you observe, what you take away from that graphic that we have up on YouTube, but those were a few of the takeaways just based on money talking for me.
I think that as long as you mentioned Nevada, so go through it. I mean, Arizona is a border state, and so let us not forget what they've been through as far as Arizona. That's why Mark Kelly's in play and his famous wife, etc. But you do have Arizona as a border state. They've been dealing with not just the economy, the illegal situation. When I think about Nevada, and Trump is brilliant when he says, no, I was this past week. I mean, there were so many people. I was in North Carolina traveling through there were so many people saying, hey, yeah, no tips, no tax on tips. That's huge. But now this concept that Trump wants that he's putting out there that there will be no taxes on your Social Security.
Yeah, it's a huge story from late last week. Yep.
So those 2 things together, Because think about the population size right now. As we talk about, look at this large population of seniors. What are they doing right now? They're working.
Yeah, they can't retire.
Can't retire.
Or they've come out of retirement.
But now you're in a bigger bracket, right?
Yep.
Now you're in a bigger bracket
Mhm.
because of the Social Security tax and so on and so forth.
Yep.
So it's brilliant.
Yep.
So Social Security not taxing that, as well as the tips for Nevada, states like Nevada, it's huge.
I mean, and think about it, even, so you're talking about Social Security. Obviously, that plays to the 65-plus demographic. But I would argue that the tip demographic is, Gen Z, Millennial, and some Gen Xers, maybe some Boomers as well. I mean, think about how many people that do Lyft or Uber as a side job and it basically have to use that second job as a way to get back to where they were financially 5 years ago. Now, all of a sudden, that that Uber that you took to the Philadelphia International Airport that cost you $72, that you gave a $15 tip on top of, now that driver all of a sudden doesn't have to claim those on his taxes. I mean, that's a game changer.
That's when we were in North Carolina with the kids. We took every Uber driver was 69 to 74.
Okay.
One guy was a lawyer. He used to be a labor attorney. Really fascinating. You meet all these characters, right? All of them are talking about this, all Republicans, and many of them, especially that labor attorney, used to be Democrats. They've flipped.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that's my, it's non-scientific polling that we all do, right? But I simply think that this is Trump's for the taking if he sticks with his strong point, which is the economy, just talking about the economy and fixing that, talking about the border and the border issues and the crime, which affects all of us. And during the Olympics, because I love the Olympics and Simone Biles was amazing over the weekend, but during the Olympics, there is an ad, and I believe the nurse is from here in Pennsylvania. The ad airing is a nurse who's talking about the fact that her own regular patients are not getting the care, but that people coming here illegally are getting free care. It's a powerful ad.
It is. And as you would say, it's a sin. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We got a lot of Trump news to get to. We'll touch on it to start when we come back, and we'll continue and wrap it up after Dawn's news in hour number 2. As we continue, Monday morning, a big week. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I had a nice chat with one of my friends who's worked for Chapman for many years, military veteran. Yes, they hire veterans. By now, I just think the world of the Chapman family team. They've done beautiful home in my work, Chapman windows, doors, and siding. I trust them. You may not think of Chapman right away for things like siding. Or what about stucco remediation? I would trust no one else with this important investment in your home. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing that stucco and then replacing it with siding, think Chapman. Now through Labor Day, Chapman is offering 20% off your James Hardy siding project, including windows, doors, shutters you would purchase to complete all of your exterior needs, that exterior makeover. How does that sound? With updated siding choices, the curb appeal of your home is going to wow you and everybody else. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or the vinyl siding, that's going to add such value and beauty to your home. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. So think about it. Windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware choices. Give them a call, text 610-431-8898. They're local. You can visit them online, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Take that virtual tour, chapmanwindowsdoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6:51, live on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2 coming up in just about 10 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of breaking news right now. Fed reportedly calling for an emergency meeting today. This is unprecedented. Reportedly reassessing interest rates as global markets experience severe downturns.
Ruh-roh.
Headline.
The economy's great, Nick. Settle down, relax. Did you see the stock market?
By the way, can I just make a little announcement here? Right now, we're gonna beta test this, as they call, not alpha test it. We're gonna beta test it.
Okay.
There is, if you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, and if you're not, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Please download the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's all free. You can download it. Make sure you favorite 1210 WPHT. You will see on the 1210 WPHT page there on the Odyssey app a little microphone. Click that microphone, and you can leave us voice messages.
Whoa!
Yes. So if you want to, everybody's busy. We get it. You don't have time to call in, or you don't have time to go on the YouTube chat,
sit on hold,
Twitter, all that stuff. We get it.
Can they leave a video?
You can not Not yet, Dawn.
It's like
but
fans only.
Hold your horses, Stensland.
Yeah, not yet, Dawn. Thanks for getting ahead of the gun. We're only a year and a half behind in this technology. So yeah, if you're listening right now on the Odyssey app and you want to leave us a message, we'll play it later on the air. Like, hey, this is Bill from Mount Laurel, and I think Greg Stocker sucks.
Well,
or all of that, whatever you want. Just put it on, leave us a voice message.
Yeah.
And we'll play it later on in the air.
Now do we have somebody that has voiced hey, you've reached 1210 WPHT.
No,
we're not home right now, but leave your name, number, and a brief message, and we'll get back to you.
Nick, it's not 1994, but
I wish it was.
I like that idea, though.
This is a, you literally just hit it, and you talk into your phone. Like you would,
Yeah, like the audio recorder on your smartphone.
Exactly. So if you're listening on the Odyssey app, please use that technology. One, because I want to see how well it works.
Yeah.
And two, I want to gauge the level of interest in this.
Yeah. And I think if it takes off, maybe we either every day or a couple of times a week, we set aside a certain time every day. And we do it for 15 minutes, and we just react and riff to the messages for what they like to call a QH. Just the thing. Yeah. Just
15 minutes is a long time, though.
Well, it is.
No, I understand why you're saying that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to trick the
like
algorithms.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just trying to rig the system.
Thank you.
There you go.
By the way, we have. Did you guys see the pole vaulter, the French pole vaulter over the weekend? Yeah. We'll have that video coming up.
Oh, really?
I mean, stuff happens sometimes.
Well,
Hey, look.
Yeah.
If you're gonna
Screws fall out, Bender. It's an imperfect world.
If you're the pole vaulter,
Yeah.
and you're gonna, mess up in that way and knock over the apparatus, you might as well be with your apparatus.
Wow.
Well, that's
I mean,
right.
that's like legendary.
That's app on app crime.
That's
That guy didn't win an Olympic gold medal, but he wins at life.
yeah, right. He and the Hawk-Tua girl, they're gonna get together.
Yeah.
All right, the 1210 WPHT voice message. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, leave us a voice message. We will play it at some point later on today.
All right, coming up next, we will get to Dawn's news and then a trifecta of Trump stories as newly reported transcripts are depicting a communication breakdown from Butler, PA. Also, a Texas woman charged with making threats against Donald Trump, and also this kind of flew under the radar. It occurred on Wednesday. It was reported on Fox News on Friday with Trump, Mar-a-Lago, July 13th, and who? China. We'll get to that when we come back. Hour number 2 of Kayal and Company is on the way.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America, N.A.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose.
Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. A 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 7:01, hour number 2. You just had about 6 minutes. Did you leave us a message? Were you listening?
They're coming in. They're coming in. We'll play them. By the way, you can say anything you want to.
Yeah.
Honestly, you don't just have to say how much you love the show.
Yeah.
You can say you hate the show.
Free speech still lives on voicemail.
Say anything you want to. You can curse. It can just be one giant F-bomb because we can edit it.
There you go.
It's the microphone button on the 1210 WPHT Odyssey app. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, hit that button and leave us a message. We'll play it sometime before the end of the show.
Looking forward to it. 9:20 this morning is our morning mystery movie clip, and we have a great prize for all 5 days this week, a pair of passes to Politics and Pints.
What?
How about that?
Who approved that?
I don't know, some crazy dude.
What?
Yeah. Cut sheet 745, and I now am of the belief 100% on one theory with one issue, 23 days removed. We got to get to this story. This is amazing. I don't know how else you can arrive at the conclusion that I've arrived at without, being completely naive to what's going on in the world. We'll get to that coming up, but let's get to the news because there is tons of it, from travel to weather and everywhere in between. And I'm sure people got shot as well because, well, it's hot and it's Philadelphia and it's the summertime. Let's get to the news round number 2. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Monday morning, we're sponsored by Holland Floor. And yes, many weather alerts and travel alerts. If you're flying out, especially Philadelphia International, we call ahead, as they always say. They're reporting dozens of flights, as many as 40, and that was early this morning. It was 5 a.m. that we had heard at least 40 flights, new flights delayed, and that compounds the issue that was happening yesterday and over the weekend with all of those flight delays. The majority American Airlines, but you want to check ahead, and this much of this obviously weather related and other related, but want to get to that one. There's also an economic storm as we're looking at, all of the Wall Street headlines and economic headlines this morning as the Dow futures drop. The live report, Dow futures dropping 800 points, S&P futures lose 3% as the global market sell-off intensifies. So Wall Street reacting to that historic global sell-off. Markets are in an aggressive risk unwind as people kind of flee for safety, as far as we're talking about fleeing for safety, safe investments. And so that one's going on as well this morning. And I had told you just about within 10 minutes ago, we had that breaking news story that reportedly the Fed, in an unprecedented move, the Federal Reserve is reportedly holding an emergency meeting, planning an emergency meeting to talk about rate cuts, what they can do to offset this.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of the economy, I told you last hour about my mother-in-law at Music Fest with all of her tents, and she had another event in Allentown as well, and her numbers through the first few days of the event are down like 40% from last year. And we were all talking. I said, I was like, Judy, it's the economy. I said, and you look at and I know this is at a real low level, but you look at her menu board, she has to charge like $14 for a cheeseburger and fries because the cost of the goods for her to buy are so expensive. And we were doing, we had a couple of surges of people, big lines and stuff. Yeah. And people that were spending $45 on 2 burgers, 2 fries, and 2 Powerades. I'm like, no wonder why you're down. I mean, nobody can drop $50 on, and with all due respect, it's all pre-made food, so it's not the best food in the world to begin with. I'm not spending $50 on that. You're out of your mind. Yeah. Nobody, that disposable income, Dawn, is drying up for all these people that got COVID stimulus checks and all these artificial economic boosters.
I saw over the weekend there was a headline to your exact point: small businesses declaring bankruptcy. Something like overall 60%.
Yeah.
These bankruptcy numbers that we haven't seen. And then those numbers obviously coming out. And, not for nothing, but they waited until a Friday to announce the July numbers.
Shocking.
Right? That was horrible news. They knew the stock market would react, and so we're dealing with it this Monday morning. Other news of the day. This is just a horrific story with a lot of law enforcement involved in making an arrest. 3 men from Philadelphia arrested one day after a woman's body was found on the rocks behind that Atlantic City Beach resort. Another woman also found with multiple wounds, and she's recovering this morning. So Philadelphia police working with the local FBI and other law enforcement helping with these arrests, and also the mother of the woman murdered actually reportedly leading the police to that alleged killer. So 34-year-old Greg Page, Philadelphia, charged with murder, attempted murder, associated weapons offenses. So this is a trail from Atlantic County prosecutors. They announced this on Friday, and then this went over the weekend between 3 men, 2 other men, brothers, Ryan and Ramir Shank, 27 and 30 years old, both from Philadelphia. They're also charged with hindering apprehension in connection with this incident. Who are the victims here? 32-year-old Carly Elbert from Sewell, and Camille Stewart, she was 29, from Pleasantville. They were found Thursday morning near the jetty in the unit block of North Marine Avenue. This is right behind that flagship resort, according to police officers. So Camille Stewart in serious condition in the hospital this morning. As far as Carly Ebert, they say that she was unresponsive. She was pronounced dead right at the scene. And what was weird, she was wearing her bathing suit at the time. So we don't know what this is. They were able to track the dead young lady's cell phone to Mulberry Street in Philadelphia. And then they arrested those 3 guys there. What was this? One of the women, we're told, was in cancer remission and was undergoing treatment. So what it does, it does not appear that they knew each other. Was this a carjacking? What was this?
Wow.
We don't know, but a real mystery as police try to unravel this. So autopsies and all of that, as you can imagine, and trying, the other young lady is in the hospital still. Weird story.
Yeah. By the way, for those that were wondering last week, crime was still occurring in our listening area. We just didn't have Dawn to report on it.
Well, this one, I'm not even talking about some of the other violence that we see, unfortunately, over the weekend and pretty much every day. But that one, quite a mystery and some bizarre details to it. So we'll definitely try to stay on that one. And we talked about it. If you haven't heard, if you're just waking up this morning and you're hearing Kayal and Company News Live about what's going on, the U.S. economy added just a mere 114,000 non-farm jobs, as they say, last month, dropping from the prior month. And these are some of the worst job numbers we've seen since October of 2021, when obviously our economy was still recovering from the COVID crisis, the pandemic, the shutdowns, etc. So the unemployment rate ticked up to 4.3%. That high number in this many years caused a lot of panic. And that panic, we're seeing the ripple effect in the global economy. And now we're here at, just stringing this all together. And that's why we're hearing the Fed. Will the Fed do something quickly to try to lower the rates? And many analysts say that would be a mistake too. Don't panic.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's that one going on. So we're following all of this for you, obviously, in the news today. And then as we think about Hurricane Debbie, which has made landfall at this point in Florida and barreling across Florida, it was a Category 1 as it made landfall, the 4th named storm just of the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season, right? And so Debbie moving northeast at 10 miles an hour slowly. National Hurricane Center in Miami tracking this thing, and so it'll go west northwest of Cedar Key, Florida. That's where it entered with a max sustained wind of 80 miles an hour.
Ooh.
And then it kind of loops back around, heads for the Gulf. As we said earlier, the Tony Bruno, Ms. Robbins side. So we have so many friends and so many of you listening in Florida. So we're thinking of you. And, they obviously hundreds of thousands of people without power at this hour.
Headline right here. Debbie does Tony and Robin.
Stop.
By the way, I know you guys are all, we love Florida. We love to move to Florida. You want to live in this crap? Hurricanes all the time.
I've weighed those possibilities. I'll take the hurricane season over the 22 degrees ice storm season of PA. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
When your house insurance is $1 million, don't go crying to me.
No, I'm going to cry about that on the radio.
So, and we're speaking of storms and how this affects us, and we'll get into the forecast when we'll feel the effects, the remnants of Hurricane Debbie that's raining down on Florida right now. But we are at the center of the storm, really, in Philadelphia, not just Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, with both sides. We've got J.D. Vance in South Philly. That's tomorrow. And then we also have Josh Shapiro hosting Kamala Harris.
We have Hurricane Harris against Hurricane Hillbilly in Philadelphia. How about that?
So she is, Greg started out this morning by saying, will she announce today? They're predicting Harris will announce today her running mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joshy.
That was good. That was
although
beautiful.
John's not on board with that.
John who?
John Fetterman.
Yeah, I know.
Big John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not a Shapiro fan.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It is.
Because Fetterman has defended Israel's right to exist, yet it seems as if he does not like the Jewish governor being nominated. So Fetterman's kind of being pulled in two different directions right now, like a Stretch Armstrong, right?
Yep.
Very interesting.
So everybody was talking over the weekend and even into this morning on the national level about that video by Mayor Sherelle Parker promoting Governor Josh Shapiro's Veep chances. Will he be the Veep, the first gentleman, or what have you? So will he be the Veep to Kamala? I don't know. It's looking more and more like it.
Yeah, I got it at 94.7% chance, Dawn.
Yeah.
Me and Harry Enton and Kornacki got together over the weekend. We were crunching the numbers.
So we got that going for us, which is nice. So we're really the eye of the storm, if you will. I can't help but make that comparison because in Philadelphia, we've got all of this going on and more. But unfortunately, the storms are headed for us and the flood watches. So we were saturated with the storms yesterday. That caused all those flight delays. And that is more the same and maybe even worse tomorrow. All these flood watches for tomorrow evening. That's when the rain's going to hit. So enjoy today. Even though it's going to be 94 degrees, at least the sun is out, drying things up. Tomorrow, it's going to be wet and wild.
And don't try driving through flooded roads in Bucks County this time, folks. We don't want to be reporting tragedies because you tried to drive your Honda Civic through 3 feet of water. Please.
Well, they got to fix those roads because those folks, that was the weird thing about that in Bucks County. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Parts of it, the people who got caught in it, I have a girlfriend, her husband was on the road. He's a mechanic, fix-it guy. He's on the road in his truck, got caught in that, and it came up like a wall of water. Just said it came out of nowhere.
Yep.
That's what was weird about that.
All right.
So I haven't heard, that's a great follow-up to look into that. They said they were going to fix that. What are they really doing?
Yeah, it's a great point. Yep, I agree.
So let us know if that's, I have relatives out that way. Well, I promise you I'll follow up on that. But Holland Floor Covering, thank you for sponsoring us this morning. Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier flooring dealer. Seriously, reimagine your space. New carpet. What about tile or area rugs? Tile, we retiled our basement. If you get the water coming in this time of year, this is a great time. Get the tile, and then you're good to go. Area rugs, they really can add character and a welcoming experience to your home. Showrooms in Wayne as well as Newtown. No charge samples, which is unheard of. No obligation estimates. Learn more. HollandFloor.com. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:14 as we continue here on this Monday morning. Let's get to Donald Trump for the next 10 minutes or so. Newly reported transcripts are depicting the communication breakdown that hindered law enforcement at Butler, PA, back on July 13th. As this came out over the weekend, courtesy of the Washington Post. This was actually in yesterday's edition. Newly reported transcripts of law enforcement communications at the Butler, Pennsylvania Trump rally depicting a communications structure that essentially isolated the local authorities from federal law enforcement from each other at key times. This is a big concern, in my opinion, because communications were reported on Sunday by the Washington Post that highlight the effect of spotty cell service in rural Allegheny Valley, which purportedly had prevented the transmission of key messages, such as the officer's photo of then suspicious individual Thomas Crooks. According to encrypted radio communications obtained by the Washington Post, at 5:42 p.m. Eastern Time on July 13th, a counter sniper from a local law enforcement agency alerted that a, quote, younger white male with long hair was, quote, lurking around the AGR Glass Company building adjacent to the farm show grounds, but since disappeared from view. Within a half hour, that suspect, Thomas Crooks, ultimately firing those shots at Donald Trump. However, the local law officer's warning would go unheard by the U.S. Secret Service because the transmission went to a trailer from which local police commanders were operating separate from the president's detail, the Washington Post reported, citing Butler County District Attorney Richard Goldinger and a separate law enforcement source. According to the Post, the police commander in the trailer telephoned a Pennsylvania state trooper to pass the message along. There were also at least 3 other key moments when communications had to be transmitted by cell phone at a venue where, like sporting events, crowds often overwhelm the frequency. So they're talking here, and they go into further detail about the separation of the agencies, how they were not in the same room together. So we have been told that usually this is a collaborative effort where the U.S. Secret Service takes the lead, right? So they should be the ones to get credit for the things that go right and the blame for when things go wrong. The local authorities, the state police, they all basically acquiesce to the Secret Service. I'm sorry, though. You know Allegheny Valley, you know there are plenty of spots in Pennsylvania where cell phone service stinks. You cannot be relying on cell phone service between 2 or 3 different agencies to relay things in real time where split seconds matter. This now gives me the belief, and Dawn, last week I said I was about 95 to 99% sure that this was a setup to have Donald Trump killed. After reading the Washington Post yesterday, I read it so you don't have to. I am now of the belief 100%, 2 words, Dawn, inside job. I don't know how you can say it's something other than that. And I did not rush to judgment. Some people 2 days removed from this, inside job. 23 days in, I am 100% of the opinion. Can't confirm it, can't verify it, can't prove it. Just my personal opinion. He was sent out there to be killed on.
Oh, my God.
I really believe, I just don't understand how you can have, there's just way too many breakdowns. And you look at the size of the venue, and you look at the suspect. I mean, really? This is the best we can do, and we have from A to Z of every failure possible. There's no way that is just all coincidental. I'm sorry.
It's weird because in the past, the Secret Service was viewed as this elite agency, highly respected.
Mm-hmm.
And, I know that Trump has, tried to stick up for them and spoke highly of them. I just think when we look at the timeline, and I just go back to July 11th. July 11th, they were banking on the fact that the weaponization of government, and they were going to take him out. That was the Thursday that we all had on our calendars. He was going to New York and Manhattan court, and they thought, we're going to get him in orange. We're going to get him in cuffs. He's going to be sentenced. You're going to, take him out, 34 felony convictions, yada, yada. And that was July 11th. That didn't happen. And so to me, it's the timeline as well that I find bothersome, that just 48 hours later, a bullet whizzes by his head. But for the grace of God that he just turns to look at a chart, 1/4 inch, 1/8 an inch, and his brains would have been blown out. Like, how does that even happen?
Because I believe it is, again, just 100% just my opinion. I think it's an inside job. Butler County Sergeant Edward Lenz, commander of the ESU, had been monitoring the radio traffic. And this is also from the Washington Post if you want to read it. And he telephoned a state police sergeant after Crooks was seen milling around with the rangefinder. The sergeant then passed along the message to Secret Service officials in the trailer where he was stationed, according to the report. But attempts to reach Lenz with further questions went unsuccessful. So we have one way of communication, and then to make it a 2-way street of communication, those attempts just go unsuccessful. I mean, everything from the pitched roof to the it was too hot, to the fact that there was no sniper up there, to the fact that that little Secret Service room, that little conference room in the AGR building where they were supposed to be positioned, conveniently somebody just left that room unattended, whereas if somebody was in that room, the moment Crooks climbs up on the HVAC unit and gets on the roof. And also, I'm not sure if you saw this, Don. We played this for you for the show. I think this was Thursday. It might have been Friday. It was in the later portion of the week. The new video of the man who took multiple bullets and is alive and has survived was recording on his cell phone. He got the footage of, in the background, of Crooks running around like a deer in the headlights on the roof. Nobody saw that guy, but Joe Blow recording on his Samsung Galaxy could see it. I just don't. That's a tough sell if you're trying to convince me that it was just something slipping through the cracks.
And now I know the FBI was working with an Israeli firm to get into the device, some of the other devices of Thomas Crooks, the shooter.
Yep.
But we heard initially there were these encrypted accounts, and then they said, no, they're not really they're just encrypted accounts. They might not be bank accounts. So what's up with that? And I just believe that we as Americans need the transparency here.
You're absolutely right.
I mean, I want to know who put this kid up to this, who was paying him, what were his accounts, what did everybody know?
Mm-hmm. And I want to know if he was working with somebody else, if there was an accomplice, what those communications looked like, how they communicated, and what it pertained. 855-839-1210. Another threat against Trump on Friday. We'll give you those details. And also, another reason why I think this was an inside job, all the other reports that are coming out as to who to blame other than Crooks. It's almost like they're trying to get you distracted and throw you off of the main scent, so to speak. We'll hit that when we come back here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton to pole vaulting. Video coming up in 20 minutes. To soccer, to swimming, it's all there. FanDuel has it all. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. A bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5-NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. We all love summer, right? But the beach isn't just for summer. In fact, the beach, and in particular the Cape May beach, is just beautiful in the fall. If you haven't been to Cape May in the fall, you're missing out, and you should book your stay at the Grand Hotel of Cape May for a September to remember. The Grand offers special midweek packages so you can enjoy the beach without breaking the bank. Stay 2 nights and save 10%. Stay 3 nights, get 10% off and $55 a night in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, you're going to get 10% off and $65 a night in resort credits, and they can be used at Hemingway's for food and drink, the gift shop, and so much more. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette, and they have 2 huge heated pools, 1 outdoor and 1 indoor. I'm telling you, the Grand is my happy place, and you will not be disappointed. Book directly with them for the best rates. Book your stay today at 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. And our next live show is Friday, September 6th. So book your stay today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know, now's the time to get Rescue Natural Supplements during their annual Customer Appreciation Sale. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 50% when you mix and match any 5 products or more with the code VIP50. Plus, you'll receive free shipping. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Orosine for more energy. Again, mix and match any 5 or more single bottles and enjoy 50% off plus free shipping. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, be sure to create your own account to earn more exclusive savings. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue natural supplements. That's code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Living in a movie, hot tramp, daddy's a cutie. He's so fine, they never see you leave him by the back door.
7:29. It's Kayal and Company as we continue on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
I want my Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
We're
Yeah,
back,
you got it
baby.
back, baby.
Yeah. By the way, people ask me why I'm playing all Aerosmith.
Yeah.
You'll find out at 9:50 with Phil Almquist today in music history.
Okay.
It's an all Aerosmith day today, and if you're wondering why, it's because, well, you'll find out at 9:50 this morning.
There we go.
And by the way, can I just another programming note?
Mm-hmm.
The messages are coming in hot and heavy. I'm collecting them as we speak.
Okay.
We'll play them at the end of the show this morning, so that'll be another feature that we have to squeeze in at the end of the show.
Okay. Have we come up with a name for it yet?
Well, they're branding it right now. The Odyssey voice message.
Okay.
I don't love it, but
Yeah.
I have to kind of go with it.
Okay.
So if you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, and you'll see there's a microphone on the 1210 WPHT. Click that microphone.
Mhm.
Leave us a message. It's super simple to do. Leave us a message, and we'll play it at the end of the show today.
All right, I'm going to check it out myself during the next break. Cut sheet coming up 7:45.
Hey, this is Nick from Bluebell.
This is Lou from Montgomery County. Whoever that guy is in Morning Drive's doing good things.
Yeah.
Pints and Politics, by the way, coming up in September. If you want to go, well, you just need to know our morning mystery movie clip, and that's coming up at 9:20 today.
Wow. So in the 9 o'clock hour, we have Today in Music History. We have the compilation of all the voice messages, and you can win tickets to see Donald Trump Jr. at Politics and Pints.
Yeah. Messages, musics, and movies.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And some would say the 9 o'clock hour, oh, you just limp to the finish.
Yeah,
no,
no,
we don't limp to the finish. Is this sports radio in July? Come on. Come on. All right. I got to get to two other stories here with Trump. We gave you the update on the communications failure. And one of the narratives that was out there for a little bit was Thomas Matthew Crooks, and he was reportedly early on linked to Iran because Iran has a hit, so to speak, out on Donald Trump for Donald Trump, killing terrorists during his first term in office. And then I don't even remember how I saw this on Friday, but I want to play you this clip. It's K1. This was a report from Fox News. So we've moved from Iran to China when it pertains to July 13th. Listen to this clip from Fox News. Go ahead.
Now, a week after that, on July 30th, at 10 a.m., Lee drove past Secret Service checkpoints and straight towards the estate's southern gate. Now, in violation of the trespassing warning, he was arrested. It's important to note Trump was not at Mar-a-Lago that day. A judge did give Lee a no-contact order for former President Trump and anyone associated with him or his campaign. He's not the first Chinese citizen to face charges, though, for trying to gain access to Mar-a-Lago. A woman was arrested in 2019 after the Secret Service said she lied to get into the club. The former President Trump, he does split his time between New Jersey and Palm Beach during this summer. He's not here right now, but is expected to return Saturday after traveling to Atlanta for a campaign rally with J.D. Vance. As for Lee, Palm Beach County court records do show that he is still sitting in jail, Brett, on a $10,000 bond. He's expected to be in court on Monday, so of course we're hoping to get a little bit more insight on this whole interaction here in Palm Beach.
Okay. So that was with Brett Baer. Now, they are trying to say and sell that this individual by the last name of Lee, of Chinese descent, was in possession of documents. So here we go again, documents in Mar-a-Lago, right? And he violates the law and tries to enter Mar-a-Lago to show the Trump inner circle, I don't know what he was attempting to accomplish, that he had proof that July 13th and Crooks is linked to China. So when I start to hear, well, Crooks in Iran, and then I start to hear July 13th in China, this is another example, or examples, plural, of attempts to distract you and get you off of the scent, that make you think that this was not an inside job, that this was another country, another terrorist group, or just a rogue shooter who is 20 years old that was, using social media and gaming communication apps and devices and had a history of this, that, or the other thing. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. The moment you start to see all these other possible theories floated out, I think that is all coordinated. That is all by design. And I really do think that Donald Trump in the next 90 days, one of the biggest things that he needs to do, part of the battle is not to have any self-inflicted wounds. The other half of the battle is to stay alive. Because if I'm Trump, and I've said this before, Dawn, I'm getting more Secret Service protection. I'm doing whatever I can to make sure nobody takes my life. And then on Friday, another report comes out as police in Washington, D.C. arrested a Texas woman for allegedly making threats against Donald Trump and carrying illegally a firearm. This woman, Christina Montoya, was arrested after traveling to the nation's capital. Police were first notified about her by the Secret Service. So, okay, nice to see the Secret Service actually doing some vetting. Through the detectives' investigation, 41-year-old Christina Montoya of San Antonio, Texas, was arrested and charged with carrying a pistol without a license, possession of an unregistered firearm, and threats against the former president, police said in a statement. Authorities said that Montoya's threats against Trump began on July 20th. Police located the woman's vehicle, where they recovered a Smith & Wesson M&P Shield pistol, a magazine, and a gun lock. The incident comes just weeks after Thomas Matthew Crooks. So this is kind of just the last little tidbit of the Trump safety detail right now. I mean, every which way. You know, you've ever heard, Dawn, and I'm sure your boys have heard this as football players, when you're on the field, keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Because you never know who's going to try to crack you and blindside you and knock you out. Donald Trump right now needs to have his head on a swivel. In fact, he needs to have his head rotate in a 360-degree pattern, because you just don't know where the threats are going to be coming from between now and November 5th.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I had read that, because we talked about, well, Trump's a wealthy guy. Why doesn't he pay for this? Supposedly, we pay the Secret Service in total like $3 billion a year for some crazy amount.
More money.
And I think that's for everybody. That's, because they're the candidates. You have the current president, his family, everybody the past presidents. We provide all of that.
Yeah.
So it's not something, that level of security. We pride ourselves as Americans, obviously, to protect all of these individuals.
Yeah.
So they've failed. So what are they going to do about it? What are they doing about it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we did see at the RNC, we noted that there were no little ladies or, smaller people, whatever. The people surrounding him at the RNC that you saw when he entered on the stage were these huge guys. You mentioned like football.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were, looked like they were like 6'8", the biggest guys they could get, and there were a ton of them.
Probably look like your boys, right?
Yeah.
Your boys are what, 6'3", 200-something pounds?
Yeah, but I think these guys looked bigger than that because remember,
sure.
Trump is 6'3".
Right. Well, your boy's not done growing yet either.
Right, yeah. But I just think that, whatever that looks like, this administration that's already being accused of and investigated for the alleged weaponization, I have to say alleged weaponization of government, and they claim all the time, this is what gets me, they claim all the time that Trump is a rule breaker, right? Yeah. Oh, he's a rule breaker. He questions, he's a danger to democracy. I don't know. I think that somebody who weaponizes government to the level that they've weaponized, and now we see this attempt on his life, and somehow, miraculously, he didn't die that day. But we know, obviously, there were severe injuries and a fatality, and so of a great man here in Pennsylvania. It's just not acceptable.
I agree.
Right? And to say that that Trump is the problem. He's the one who's the danger to democracy. He's always the rule breaker. Well, I would disagree with that. Yeah. I would say that this is all evidence of the fact that this administration, from top to bottom, is a hot mess.
When you were on vacation or down in Carolina last week with your boys for the Junior Olympics on Thursday, I went back to Trump Philadelphia Golf Course in Pine Hill. David Gelman, who sponsored our bike jerseys for the bike ride for Bend to Shore, invited me over for the first time. And we only played 9 holes because it was hot as hell out. So we went inside, we're in the clubhouse, and we were talking about Trump and the Secret Service detail, and he had 2 of his buddies that we played with in a foursome. So Gelman, as a member, you get these reciprocal arrangements where you can play other Trump properties. So he's been to Bedminster. You heard in that report there, Trump spends half of his time in Mar-a-Lago, half of his time in Bedminster. So he was showing me, and this is David Gelman on his phone, pictures of the Secret Service at Bedminster in New Jersey. And right there in the parking lot. Now, first of all, so at Trump Philadelphia in Pine Hill, the gate's open, you can drive right in, right? It says private, but you can. I just literally drove my truck into the parking lot. But at Bedminster, they have a huge security detail, a gate. They have an armed guard up in an elevated little booth, so to speak. They have to vet you. They let you in. And then in the parking lot, as you head to the clubhouse, there were 6 black SUVs with Secret Service people. And when Trump and Melania are at Bedminster, you can't navigate the grounds there because there's so many Secret Service people. So you're telling me an exclusive golf club is more buttoned up for Donald Trump and his wife when they are there, whenever they are there. But at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, we just seem to have all of these Secret Service mishaps. Again, it just doesn't add up to me, and I'm comparing a golf resort to a rally with the public. Private versus public.
Yeah.
Again, doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and you said it earlier, Nick, and this is so true. Just the story, the initial story about the roof. It's something about, and then they had to come out and admit that was just the whole roof story, that the way that the incline on the roof or something nutty. And then they tried to throw the local yokel, they're a bunch of Keystone cops, and it's the local yokels, and then that didn't wash. And now they've taken responsibility. So the fact that they were so willing to just not investigate and quickly put out word of all of these different stories to try to put out those fires also shows me that was highly unprofessional, and that they either didn't know or they were just making it up as they go along. Either way you look at it, it's disturbing.
Yeah, I agree. 855-839-1210. We have a amazing cut sheet lined up at 7:45, and that is coming up next here on Kayal and Company. Buckle up. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus bulbs 18 years ago that he found it on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations. No purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired that involves technology, 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Daily Company, 746, Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. You're on Talk Radio, 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. While you're there, leave us a voice message by hitting the microphone. So you got to hit like, subscribe, follow, and then the microphone, right?
Yes. Yeah. If you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, you can see it. It's on the 1210 WPHT thing. There's like a microphone icon, and just click it and leave us a message. We're getting tons of messages already, which we will play before the end of the program this morning. So leave us a message, and we will play it on air. Anything you want, sound off. You know what I mean? Like give us a, tell us how much you love the show, you hate the show.
Yeah. I'm actually looking at it right now. The microphone is literally right next to the Listen Live orange button. You can't miss it.
Yeah.
Little white microphone.
It's a cool, I mean, look, it's cool technology between Twitter and YouTube and everything else.
Right.
Voice message now.
Yeah, because you can add us a message because, as Greg has said in the past,
not everything needs to be on Twitter.
Some of it can be on voicemail now.
Exactly.
There you go.
Leave us a message, please.
All right. Looking forward to that. Let's get to a Monday edition of what we have lined up from the weekend for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Always 10 million cuts on a Monday because there's 2 days. All this stuff to bubble up.
A lot transpires after we get off the air, when Dawn gets off the air at noon.
So let me just say this. We started off at 6 a.m. talking about this story. George Stephanopoulos throwing down with GOP Representative Byron Donalds over Trump saying that Kamala Harris became a black person. We talked about this a lot last week during the National Association of Black Journalists conference that Trump was at over last week. And George Stephanopoulos, we've all said, has taken off any sort of ruse that he has of being a independent journalist. And he's putting on his partisan hat now.
Oh.
And you can tell that with this wild altercation with Byron Donalds yesterday, where he's very angry at him. Very angry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's start with Cut 14, Phil. For those of you who missed this over the weekend, this is Cut 14, Phil, go.
Byron Donalds, Congressman, thank you for joining us this morning. Why is former President Trump questioning the Vice President's racial identity?
Well, first, George, in Chicago, he was responding to a question from, I believe, Rachel Scott. Like, this is really a phony controversy. I don't really care. Most people don't. But if we're going to be accurate, when Kamala Harris went into the United States Senate, it was AP that said she was the first Indian-American United States Senator. It was actually played up a lot when she came into the Senate. Now she's running nationally. Obviously, the campaign has shifted. They're talking much more about her father's heritage and her black identity. It doesn't really matter. The president mentioned it. What he also talks about far more frequently is the fact that Kamala Harris is the person who created this massive inflation, which is destroying black families, white families, Hispanic families. It's her failure as border czar that has left our southern border wide open, more than 10 million illegal immigrants coming into our country, record fentanyl coming into our country, which has killed more Americans than at any other point in the history of our country with respect specifically to fentanyl, and the fact that she and Joe Biden have unleashed one of the worst foreign policies in the history of our country that has us on the verge of World War III. That is Kamala Harris's record. President Trump talks about that frequently, but yes, he did mention it in Chicago in response to a question from Rachel Scott.
And you just repeated the slur again. If it doesn't matter, why do you all keep questioning her identity? She's always identified as a black woman. She is biracial. She has a Jamaican father and an Indian mother. She's always identified as both. Why are you questioning that?
Well, George, first of all, this is something that's actually a conversation throughout social media right now. There are a lot of people who are trying to figure this out. But again, that's a side issue, not the main issue. The main issue.
Sir, one second. You just did it. You just did it again.
Of the United States.
Why do you insist on questioning her racial identity?
You want me to talk?
I want you to answer my question.
George, now that you're done yelling at me, let me answer. He talked about it on the stage yesterday in Atlanta for, 2 minutes? He spent more than 35, 40 minutes going after her record, talking about how radical of a senator that she was. She was the most liberal senator in the United States, in the United States Senate. That is a fact. He talked about the job that she did as vice president of the United States, a job, I will add, which has been a failure for the American people. I know you guys like to glom on to this that he talks about in jest or in a serious manner for about a minute or so, but what you do not cover is the litany of failures of Kamala Harris. That's what you're not covering, George.
So questioning somebody's racial identity for a couple minutes is okay?
George, I'm going to tell you again, he brought it up. AP is the one that wrote the headline when she first came in to the United States Senate. Didn't talk about her being black, talked about her being the first Indian American senator. AP brought that up. I mean, George, we could have this conversation for the entire segment, but none of this matters to the American people. What matters to the American
I'm going to stop this right here.
Nancy Mace is probably texting Byron Donalds right now. Kick his ass! Kick his butt!
Look, we said last week that if the GOP is going down the rabbit hole of questioning her race, they're losing.
I agree.
But Byron Donalds is 100% correct in saying that it was major news outlets that brought up her race when she was elected.
Right.
Well,
it's the same
was
thing.
she ever elected?
Well, no, nobody's ever voted for her.
I don't know.
But it's to your point, you're right. It's the same thing as the DEI stuff.
Yep.
Yes, you're going down that hole. It's a recipe for disaster, but they are the ones, the Democrats, the Biden administration, that has said this is the most diverse administration in the history of politics. The media is also down that lane of, well, she's the first this and she's the first that. So it's okay when the Democrats basically campaign on it, run on it, and make it their platform. But if a conservative brings it up, it's a dog whistle for racism. Now, I think there's a couple of things at play here. One, I think white liberal Democrats don't like when African Americans identify as conservative or Republicans. They sit there and say, oh, how can you be on that team? You need to be on this team. Well, they can think for themselves, and it's insulting that they should just automatically be assumed to be a Democrat. But more importantly, this is where I think this is an issue. And it might not be Trump's lane or J.D. Vance's lane, but Byron Donalds is qualified to talk about it. There are a significant amount of black people, and I know we'll get to the barbershop clip coming up in a little bit, that do sit there and have those conversations as to whether or not Kamala Harris is black. And not identity-wise. Yes, that's not up for debate. She is all of those things. She's black, she's Jamaican, she's Indian, she's Asian, whatever you want to talk about. But does she resonate with the black community? Does she do anything to uplift and empower the black community? Those are legit conversations that are had in the African American community, and I think Byron Donalds is certainly qualified to talk about those things. And that's what I think he was referencing with the social media conversations that Stephanopoulos just wouldn't let him get out.
Yeah, I think that Stephanopoulos was over the top.
Shocking.
When he was obviously, playing for the cameras, and he kept saying, Sir, you made the slur again. He kept accusing an African-American gentleman of making racial slurs, which is absurd.
Mm-hmm.
And so, George, you look like an idiot, especially because, like I said earlier, he's the bimbo factor guy. He's a guy who's a nasty little guy, and he's a little white dude.
Yep.
And so for him, on a national stage to call somebody like Byron Donalds a racist or making a slur, it's absurd. And if you look at the context, Trump is answering the question. I mean, he's answering the question, whether you think that he should have answered it differently or whether he should. To me, I think he's talking about the chameleon. He's talking about Kamala, the awards ceremony recently, where she did the bit where she's on the phone and she does much like Hillary Clinton did. She feigns this accent.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And we see her, the chameleon. And so who is she?
Yeah.
Is she somebody who just alters even her accent to try to fit in?
And it's a stock thing Democrats do. Case in point, when you were out last week, we played a clip of Shapiro, who all of a sudden, when he was publicly speaking at an event, he picked up like this Obama delivery.
Yep.
Like, where does that come from?
Because he's an Obama wannabe. That's why.
Right.
But George Stephanopoulos has just decided that his partisan gloves are off. He never had them, but any veil that he had of the partisan was just like, nope, I'm going straight at this guy.
Right.
A little bit more here.
People is, are we going to have the same policies of the Biden-Harris administration that has been destructive of the American people, or are we going to have the policies of the Trump administration, which put America first, had low inflation, prosperous Americans, no matter your race, no matter your color, no matter your creed, and a foreign policy that kept America safe? Those are the facts that truly matter, because this issue is going to come and go. The lives of the American people is what's going to remain, and that's what matters more than anything else.
If it doesn't matter, I don't understand why you keep on repeating it, why the president keeps on repeating it, why those introducing the president yesterday
George,
keep on
actually,
repeating
I'm
it.
not the one who keeps repeating it. George, you're the one that's bringing it up now. That's
You've done it,
I understand why
sir.
you
You've
bring
done it.
up.
You've done it
Because,
3 times. Every single answer
George,
you gave me. Now let me finish, sir.
George,
Every single answer you
asked
gave, you
me-
repeated
you
the slur.
asked me, George. That's why I'm pushing back on you now. George, you
Right,
asked
and-
me the question 3 times. I responded, but I'm
And
also
every
about
single
what
time you
truly
repeat
matters
the
in this
slur.
election.
That is my exactly
What was the
my
slur?
point. You
Yeah.
simply
What was
keep-
the slur,
I haven't heard
George?
a slur.
It's a great question.
I haven't. What's the word?
Yeah.
Can we isolate the
Yeah.
slur?
Please play it back, George.
A slur is like you're insinuating that he's making some sort of a racial slur,
Right.
which is a big deal.
Right.
I haven't heard any racial slur.
None.
Please play it back, George.
None.
He was quoting the AP saying the first Indian American,
Right.
Yeah.
whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where I give Byron Donalds a ton of credit. He just continues to carry himself in just a strong, confident way without being overly confrontational. Stephanopoulos obviously trying to stir the pot. It's amazing that Republicans, and I give them credit for going into the lion's den on these platforms with these hosts. But at this point, honestly, just keep hammering home the border, the economy, and crime, and the wars. I mean, skip crime. Border, the economy, and wars, and just don't even take their bait, because you see what they're trying to do here. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Peter M on the YouTube chat says it's a slur to call somebody Indian. Is that true?
No, her mom is Indian American.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you were born in India and you say you're Indian, is that a slur?
No, he's thinking if you are native, if
Yeah.
you are indigenous, if you are
Okay.
Native American,
Yeah.
many Native Americans or indigenous people of this continent
Right.
say that would be a slur
Yeah.
because Columbus thought he was in India.
Yeah.
But if you are physically an Indian American, as Kamala's mom was and is, and then dad, a Stanford University PhD economics professor,
Yeah.
who was born in Jamaica and then came to this country. So that's her heritage.
But you see what they're doing here, because they haven't had a news conference. And I said this earlier twice now. No news conference, no national one-on-one interview, no policies posted, no debates locked in. What they are doing is they're running on identity politics, and they're allowing the media to run interference for them and push this race agenda narrative. They're waiting for Trump, Vance, Scott, Donalds, doesn't matter, white or black. They're waiting for a Republican to go down to bring up what they run on, and then they're going to use that against them. If I was advising every Republican from now until November 5th in politics, in elected office, don't talk about identity.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist for the
But-
next 90 days, because you're giving them fuel for the fire.
But here's the thing, the first of all, it was unfortunate that the NABJ person, if you listen to the whole thing, Trump was actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And it was right. And so, but even George Stephanopoulos, I wish Byron Donalds had said, George, instead of taking little quotes and picking and choosing, why don't you just play a good minute of what Trump said on this issue?
Yeah.
And why don't you let it roll? Why don't you, instead of you quote, but see, they won't play it because they want to take it out of context.
And I think more than ever, a lot of people are not going to take the bait this time around as far as voting for Kamala Harris based on the identity. Like, I think this is, and maybe the polls would show us otherwise, because the latest CBS YouGov poll has Kamala Harris up a point or two. That came out yesterday. I think there's a lot of people that are like, yeah, Trump can say whatever he wants. I'm not falling for it this time. Like, I want more money in my pocket. I believe that narrative is a swing and a miss right now by some of the Democrats with what they're trying here. Of course, there's still going to be some that take the bait. We played the video last week of the Zoom with all the influencers from Anton Daniels, and the first lady was like, yeah, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's a black female. And then Anton Daniels is like, that's the wrong move. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I simply think that with the economic climate, with all of this crashing and breaking right before our eyes, the Federal Reserve reportedly planning this emergency crisis meeting. What happened Friday with that disastrous jobs report this morning, global markets and everybody bracing and buckling in. So this is the opportunity for the Trump campaign to say, hey, you know how Campbell's Soup, look at what happened Friday. The stocks that were still surging or holding on, the staples, Campbell's Soup, Coca-Cola, and Trump.
Yeah.
And that's what I would say. Go to what you know. He's a proven winner.
By the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like button on the show that you're watching right now. Hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, please hit the like button, because we need to trick algorithms so we get in people's feeds. Because we had an issue done last week of them not promoting us, or it wasn't showing up in people's feeds. So we're telling everybody right now to hit the like button. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, please hit the subscribe button as well. Let me just finish this too, because George Stephanopoulos is not done yet. By the way, 5 minutes back and forth on this. Mm-hmm. That's how long this went. 5 minutes.
This is a reboot of him and Nancy Mace.
100%. And it's like, and the reason I said if the GOP is talking about this, they're losing, is because they're going to go on these Sunday shows. They're going to go on all these shows, and that's all they're going to be asked about. And they're going to be asked to defend it. It's just
Byron won that one, and he
I
got in his points about the economy.
Yeah.
And George his voice was a little, he was pissy. George was a little shaken because he knew that he just got spanked on live TV by one Byron Donalds. And then who does he turn to? Chris Christie.
We'll play that in a second.
There's a lifeline.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris Christie, you know what? I just wish Bridget Kelly could just be on one of those sets. Just once.
A little bit more from these days.
That it's wrong.
George, so then what you're saying, and I want to get off this topic because it's not the only thing that's going on.
Yeah.
But George, now you're saying that AP is the one that slurred Kamala Harris, because those are the facts.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to the internet and look at the clips, George, if you want to, or we can talk about this now. I prefer to talk about the future of our country, because the American people are struggling. The American people do need serious policy decisions to be made, and they need serious leadership on the world stage. Kamala Harris has not proven that she can do that. Donald J. Trump has proven that he can do that.
AP did not say that Kamala Harris is not black. She is biracial. She is Indian. She is black. You continue to repeat the fact that you continue to repeat the slur. I don't understand why you
Where's
and the
the slur,
president do it,
George?
but it's clear you're not going to say that it's wrong, and you've now established that for our audience. Trump also said at the convention.
There you go.
Does George actually have any other questions to ask,
No.
or was that the entire prep he did for the interview because he knew it would be a hit piece?
He asked him the second part of that interview, which I didn't play, which also got contentious, was the pardoning of J6. The J6.
Another valid imperative question to ask in August of 24.
It's to Dawn's point. All the S that is happening around the world, around our country. They don't care about any of that. It's these sound bites that they're trying to get. George Stephanopoulos did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
He had a viral moment that is going to go. That everybody's playing this morning, that everybody's dissecting.
Yep.
Because he did what he was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. And it's so amazing because Byron Donalds could easily clap back there and not only go through Trump's policies, but go through and hit Stephanopoulos upside the head with what's Kamala's policies? You're bringing up January 6th. Are you going to bring up the 2020 election again? It's all of this distraction, inflammatory stuff. There's no substance to any of it.
To Dawn's point, we don't have this video, but I'm just going to play this really quickly. George Stephanopoulos then segged to his panel, which was Chris Christie, and this is what he said to Christie.
George, I just
joined now by our political analyst
cuts him
Donna
right
Brazil
off.
and Chris
Yeah.
Christie.
Goodbye,
Thank you all
dude.
for coming in. I almost don't know where to begin after all of that. First of all, Chris.
Look, he's kind of.
What's happening here?
Oh, that was not the end of the clip?
No, it's not the end of the clip.
Uh-oh.
Brazil and Chris Christie, thank you all for coming in. I almost don't know where to begin after all of that. First of all, Chris.
Oh boy.
Oh, the clip crashed.
He's all like he's all a little shaken and cuts off.
Yeah.
Byron Donalds.
Let me pivot to the white guy for a moment here. Hello, Chris.
And it would have been nice if Chris Christie, former governor of New Jersey, would have just said, not for nothing here, but Byron Donalds did not have a slur.
Right. I mean, can Chris Christie come out and actually defend somebody in his own party for once?
Could he? I know he's on the payroll.
Party.
Yeah, but come on, man.
Well, if you're asking if he did that, he did not. Here's this clip. Hopefully, this plays this time.
George, I just
joined now by our political analyst Donna Brazil and Chris Christie. Thank you all for coming in. I almost don't know where to begin after all of that. First of all, Chris, let's talk about where we just left off on the pardoning of those who said who assaulted police officers.
Well, he's made this really clear, George, over time, and he's, in fact, Donald Trump has them singing before his rallies.
Talking about J6.
And singing the national anthem. It calls them hostages, etc. I don't think there's really any question that the only person who's inconsistent this morning is Byron Donalds. Trump's been consistent. He says he's going to pardon them. And what people need to understand about Donald Trump is what I've learned over 22 years. When he says something, he's going to do it. And so if he says he's going to pardon those folks, if he's elected, you could take to the bank that he will.
Because God forbid you pardon people that didn't do anything wrong or that were, made an example of. And, you talk about the national anthem. He makes it sound like, the national anthem is there's something wrong with that. It's like, what the left has done a lot of lately that I've noticed? Now they try to throw if you wave an American flag on your property, or you'll even see some people with small American flags on their automobile, like that's some sort of symbol of hatred these days.
Yep.
I love the way these people operate, and shame on Chris Christie. Not that I'm surprised, but shame on him for pushing these further ridiculous thoughts.
Yeah, and just to get the transcript correct, that Trump did say he would absolutely pardon rioters or J6ers if they're innocent. So he has repeatedly said that he would review. Byron Donalds was exactly right in that clip.
Mm-hmm.
He said that Trump will review each and every one of these. And remember, he may not pardon them. He may commute the sentences. Because you have the vast majority of people who, first of all, there's that Supreme Court ruling. They're going through a lot of the cases. But, they're going to review every one of these. And you have people being put away for like 15 to 20 years.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
One of my buddies from Nashville just sent me a clip from the ABC affiliate in Nashville on Saturday. As Friday, they arrested another J6er who resides in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, which is a suburb about 20 miles north of Nashville. So to your point I think the total now is up to like 1,471. It's August 5th of 2024, and they're arresting people from January 6th.
A little bit more from Chris Christie. He said this about Trump questioning Harris's racial identity. Cut 13, Phil. Go.
Is this strategy or impulse?
Impulse. You can't imagine that anybody who understands anything about politics would say, hey, here's a great idea. Go to the National Association of Black Journalists and question whether Kamala Harris is really black or not.
That's not what he did.
This is what happens, George, and this is how you can tell that this race is changing. Because what happens is when Donald Trump's ahead and he feels like he's comfortably ahead, he is willing to go with conventional, smart political advice. As soon as he thinks it's getting close, he goes back to the greatest hits. You saw this at the convention when he didn't think he was getting the reaction he wanted from the beginning of the speech. He went back to the greatest hits. You saw it at the NABJ, and you saw it last night in Atlanta.
Attacking the Republican governor.
Right. Now, here's Brian Kemp, who he has attacked mercilessly since 2020. Sponsored a primary candidate against him, who, by the way, Kemp got 70% of the vote against in the primary, beat Trump's endorsed candidate. And this is a guy who won big in 2022 when lots of other Republicans up and down the ticket, including in Georgia, were losing. And so to attack Kemp is a stupid thing, but this is who he is, George. This is personal. He's juvenile. And so he's going to continue to attack not only Brian Kemp, but the women of Georgia should have heard loud and clear last night. He attacked First Lady Marty Kemp just as viciously as he attacked the governor. And that's the greatest hits. That's what he'll go back to.
So he's going to talk about playing the hits. And there's one thing I'm in agreement with Chris Christie on, although I wouldn't use the vernacular that he did. I do think it's a wasted effort to rip Brian Kemp. In a state where you lost by only 10, 11,000 votes, Brian Kemp is a popular figure, whether you like him or not, whether you felt he should be loyal to Trump. To me, none of that matters.
Yep.
That's going to work against him. I don't think that benefits Trump. But, here's the thing with Kamala Harris's lack of visibility. You want to know why, ABC News is playing the hits, and their hits are J6, the 2020 election, and racial identities and identity politics, is because Kamala Harris has not had any visibility or transparency. And this is not, I'm not trying to make this come off like I'm defending mainstream media, but if they're not going to talk about the Trump assassination attempt anymore, and if they're not going to talk about the threats on Trump's life, from a content standpoint, they're limited because their gal, Kamala Harris, is not giving them any fodder to talk about, right? Mm-hmm. She hasn't done media. She hasn't done There's nothing. She's basically, you know what this is, Dawn? This is a reboot of 2020 where they're hiding Joe Biden, except she's not in a basement. She's just going to certain venues to placate to what she does well, which is smile, laugh and giggle, and say that she's the path back to democracy and the other guy's the threat to it.
And so to me, when I just zoom out a little bit and I think about all of this and think about the Veep stakes and think about what we've learned since the last election, our eyes can't ever be shut to what we now know. Not just about the pandemic, not just about J6 with all the thousands of hours of video and so on being released, but also about all the lies by the media. The media has been complicit, Elon Musk. And so now you have a huge portion of voters, and especially these first-time voters, who are looking at everything and saying, you know what, we got played. On top of that, look at the economy right now. And so I think the difference this time around, as far as people having eyes wide open, look at everything that we've been through. We've been through hell. And so I think in part, the media, there's a huge media aspect to this, that we saw how the media and the government, this administration, the weaponization, they were all complicit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is the difference. Before the last election, the last presidential election, when everybody came out and said, no, the New York Post and all of this is wrong, Russia, Steele dossier, look at everything we know.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Isn't it fascinating that those people out there are not mad at the mainstream media or the establishment for lying to them over the last 4 years? They're mad at Elon Musk for exposing the lies.
That's exactly right.
You played this clip earlier, Nick, during your big take, but I want to take kind of a different angle with it.
Clip?
Yeah. So this is these are black men that were interviewed by a local CBS anchor in Dauphin County, PA. This happened on July 29th. Smerconish played it on his Saturday morning program on CNN, and it's not exactly the substance of what these guys were saying, which is kind of what you were talking about. It's what Smerconish said after it that's being held in or what some people are saying is very elitist. Let's go to cut 2 here. Phil, go.
Last week, before Trump appeared at the NABJ, Joel D., a Harrisburg, Pennsylvania CBS network anchor, went to a central Pennsylvania barbershop seeking some candid conversation. Among the revelations, that some of the black men that he interviewed did not regard Harris as black.
Is Kamala going to make you a little more likely or less likely to vote Democrat?
Well, hold on, wait, first, Ray, hold on, Ray. Is Kamala black, yes or no?
I'm going to let her speak on that. But to me, no.
Oh. Is Kamala black, yes or no?
I share that same view.
Wow. Is Kamala black, yes or no?
I heard she was. I heard she's
half black and half Asian.
When I played that audio on my SiriusXM radio program on Thursday, many callers who self-identified as African American were quick to tell me that those men were the exception, not the rule. Some described them as low information voters, no different than you'd find among whites.
So what they're taking issue with, Glenn Greenwald called Smirkanish out, says, among the many hilarious parts of the CNN video is that after the black men explain their views on Kamala and race, the white man of authority calls them stupid and says, friends told him so. That's what Greenwald posted on X.
Yeah.
So the issue, not so much what those gentlemen said, but the reaction afterwards that they're just,
as they said,
stupid.
Low information voters.
Yes, just like there are in the white community.
Right. You know what I also take offense to?
Yeah.
Why is it the mainstream media, every time they want to gauge the black community, it's always in a barbershop setting? Dude, I'm pretty sure black people convene in places other than just a barbershop, just for the CNNs and the CBSs out there, in case you didn't notice.
It's a very good point, Nick.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think there are low information voters across the spectrum, right, left, central. I think a lot of people sometimes vote on one issue alone. Sometimes people vote based on what the media tells them because we all have 9-second attention spans.
Yep.
And also a lot of people vote in their feelings. And I think I'll go back to, as we stay on topic with the African-American community, when you played that clip last week, Stalker, of the Zoom session that was held by the black conservative social media influencer Anton Daniels, who the first girl that he potted up on the Zoom that he went to, she goes, I'm voting for Kamala Harris. And he asked her why, and she goes, well, because she'll be the first black female president.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, that's a terrible reason to vote for somebody.
I'm gonna have a bad take because that's what I do. But I'm biased because I know Michael and I like him. But I don't think that he meant what Greenwald thinks he meant by that. Like, I don't think he was saying, well, they're a bunch of low and I think he was just stating what people who called his radio show were saying.
That's fair.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's a fine conclusion to arrive at.
I mean, whether you think they're low information voters or not, it's according to him, his caller's opinion.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, let's face it. If we want to really boil this election, and we've boiled it down to many different things, is it immigration against abortion? Is it this against that? The one thing is that is irrefutable. If it was based on policy and policy alone, as I've said for almost 2 years on the show, even going back to when Biden was the presumptive nominee, if you just compare the two resumes, the first 3 years of Trump versus the first 3.5 of Biden, it should be a landslide. It should be a no-brainer. But that's just based on policy alone. You throw in all these other variables, many of which really should not be relevant to the conversation, and now you know why we have a coin flip, basically.
We will play the Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker releasing this ad for Kamala Harris and Josh Shapiro in just 1 second. But for everybody listening right now who's listening on the Odyssey app, we said this earlier, there is now a voice message feature. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, there'll be a microphone. If you touch the microphone, if you click the microphone with your finger, you can leave us a message. Leave us a message. I think it's 60 seconds in duration. You can leave whatever you want to. You can say you love the show, you hate the show, you hate me, fire Greg Stocker, all of that stuff. We're fine with. Of course, nobody will call out Dawn because everybody loves her. But please leave us a message. We will play it at the end of the show today. We're testing it out.
Can I make a prediction with this as well?
Yes, sir.
Maybe this is not going to happen now because he could be listening. My first prediction will be at some point today or early this week, Mike Opelka will use his little artificial intelligence software at home, and he's going to call in using some voice. Don Lemon, Elon Musk, Mike Pence, Donald Trump. There will be some Mike Opelka AI-induced voicemail. That's my first prediction.
And if you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like button on today's show, and please hit the subscribe button. Okay, cut one here, Phil. I'm sorry, Don, were you going to say something?
No, I just will say this, because we always go back to the electoral map and that interactive map, 270towin.com, which I think is fantastic. As of this morning, Republicans, Trump still wins according to all the polls.
Okay.
So it's 251 to 226, 270 to win, with Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those are the toss-ups as of this moment. Snapshot.
And what's that website again? Because I'm going to I want to play around with that later.
to win, 270TOWIN.com. And maybe at some point, if you do something with it, Phil Almquist could put it up for because it's interactive. So it's 270TOWIN.com.
Yeah, so if you're tracking, I'm going to play with it later today, and Phil's going to put it up.
It's a great site.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry.
No. I'm just
it's not you, Dawn. It's me.
His just juvenile sense of humor. Dawn and I are supposed to be the juvenile ones on the show. You're supposed to.
I got it. I ignored it.
Elevate the dialogue a little bit.
See, I'm not an 80-year-old that identifies as 40.
So I want to do. Exactly. I want to play this ad because there's another wrinkle to this Josh Shapiro thing. And hat tip to Mary Walter for sending this to us. Okay, this is the Philadelphia mayor Sherelle Parker that released this ad endorsing Kamala Harris and Josh Shapiro over the weekend. Some say an accident. Cut one, Phil, go.
Philadelphia, we got work to do.
We're ready to rumble, y'all.
I'm Mayor Sherelle Parker, here with leaders from across our region. Kamala Harris is on the road to victory.
And the road goes through Pennsylvania.
And in Pennsylvania, we're united behind her. The woman that's tough and can lead.
Are we ready to fight for it?
She is the right person at the right time for this job.
That's going to do right by labor. Going to do right by working people.
And I can't think of a better partner than our Governor Josh Shapiro.
His policies have not only supported the working class, but have set standards for progressive leadership that benefits all citizens.
Philadelphia building trade.
IBW for Kamala Harris. Montgomery County. Bucks.
County.
Delco.
Chester.
Northeast. South Philly. North Philly.
We're getting behind Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris for president. And Josh Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro for vice president. Now we need you. Let us and Kamala Harris know you stand with her. Together, we can do this. We are one city.
One region.
One Commonwealth for Kamala Harris.
Well, Dawn always says it. Democrats, better late than never. They always rally around their person. It's amazing how she's so unlikable. And nobody wanted her to replace Joe until it became inevitable that Joe couldn't go forward any further.
So that was released on Friday.
Yeah.
Right? And a
it
lot
played everywhere nationally.
And people are saying that was this did they accidentally release it too soon? Well, so the wisdom over the weekend was that it's Josh Shapiro because, as we know, Kamala Harris is coming to Philadelphia, the Liacouras Center tomorrow to hold the big rally with her vice president, and everybody's saying, like, she's coming to Philadelphia. Of course it's going to be Josh Shapiro. I give you Mark Kelly, who tweeted last night at 7 p.m., whether it was from my time in the Navy and at NASA, serving in the United States Senate, or visiting our troops overseas, I've learned that when your country asks you to serve, you always answer the call. Speculating that it is actually going to be Mark Kelly, because they were supposed to have this vetting process yesterday. Kamala Harris was supposed to meet with him and Josh Shapiro
at her house.
And after that, Mark Kelly releases that tweet.
Okay. Feels like an ideal time because I disagree with the conclusions people are arriving at. I want to play you this clip.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Here's the thing. To me, Pennsylvania is going to determine the election. And we can have this debate of, well, the Veep matters. The Veep doesn't mean a damn thing. It never mattered and it never will. So we can go back and forth on those two theories as to what relevance the Veep is. But if you're just looking at this thing coming down to Pennsylvania, it's Shapiro. And Dawn, I said this last week, and I want to know if you agree with me. I said, if you're the border czar and your biggest political liability is illegal immigration, can you really tab your VP from Arizona, a border state that has been complicit in the open border policy? Maybe that's an entry-level thought, and I need to go next level. But if I'm Trump and Vance and Kamala selects Mark Kelly, I'm sitting there and I'm running attack ads of two people with no regard and respect for the border. That would just be my initial gut reaction.
I think that he's on the short list. He's an astronaut. He's popular. He is popular in Arizona. And so I think at the end of the day, I think she has to go with who she feels comfortable with. But I think the honest to God's truth is She's worried about Shapiro's words when he was speaking against those anti-Israel protesters across the nation and right here in our backyard. And Shapiro rightfully made strong statements.
And look, I'm rooting for Kamala not to pick Shapiro. I hope she allows identity politics and pro-Palestinian Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, and the progressive faction of her party to coerce her out of Shapiro. I think Shapiro will be a great pick. If I was a Democrat advisor, I would say pick Shapiro. But I hope she doesn't. I hope that the Middle East is what cost the Democrats the White House. I really do.
I agree with you. I think Shapiro would be he is the stronger of all of them. And I say that not just because I know him, but also because we are here in Pennsylvania. Look at the I-95. Look at how he handled that. He does everything right. And the media gushes over him. The media loves him. And we've seen our Governor Josh Shapiro. We've seen him on all the national shows. And so they're going to all gush over him and rush in and give lots of love. Yeah. But so I think he would be the stronger one, but it wouldn't surprise me if she goes with a Mark Kelly. And if she does, I'm just going to say this. He's a really weird looking guy.
Oh boy.
And
here we go.
And come on, the elfin ears. He's a weird looking, like Uncle Festery kind of looking guy.
Kind of Lex Luthor-ish from the 70s Superman.
And so the two of them, I don't know.
Wouldn't it be funny if now think about who the finalists are. They're all white men. Wouldn't it be, now we know historically you always want to try to do a balancing of your ticket, young, old, male, female, white, black. We've heard that from a strategy standpoint, but it would be the most ironic thing of all time if Kamala Harris, the queen of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion, goes with a straight white man, which I would tell the Trump-Vance campaign and team to be careful not to say those things that I'm saying now because it'll only work against them.
True.
But I digress.
CNN's David Axelrod pumping the brakes on Dems' irrational excitement for Kamala Harris.
Ooh, this is coming from a former Obama advisor.
Yeah, he's been very cautious about this whole thing during this entire process. Then we'll get to Nancy Pelosi after this because she said something to Leslie Stahl that I think is...
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
Okay. This is Cut 16, Phil. This was David Axelrod yesterday on with CNN. Cut 16, go.
Where Trump is running away from debates and trying to change the terms of the debates. And the polls have shifted in a way that shows him to be in the lead, but not in the lead the way he was after that last debate with Joe Biden. So I think there's a justifiable sense of concern in his camp that this thing could get away from him. It may be their race to lose, but it's a race that could be lost, which is something they didn't feel when they left that convention in Milwaukee.
Well, and she has this background as a prosecutor, and she's really trying to create this contrast between someone who is a convicted felon standing on the stage with her and her prosecuting felons.
Well, the other thing is the two of them on a debate stage, the whole scenario shifts. You've got a guy who's 78 years old, who frankly isn't all that coherent all the time himself, who suddenly looks like the past and not the future. And so this is not the scenario the Trump campaign wanted. They thought they had this race under control. It is much more of a contest now.
Yeah, and look, she has a lot of momentum, but if you do look at the polling, this is still a really tight race. This is going to be a hard fight for either side, a tough, based on the numbers we're seeing right now.
100%. Look, I mean, anyone, there's a lot of irrational exuberance on the side of on the Democratic side of the aisle right now because there was despair for some period of time about what the November was going to look like. Now people feel like there's a chance. But it is absolutely Trump's race to lose right now. He is ahead, and he is ahead most of the battleground states. They're close. They could be won by either candidate. But there's a lot to be determined in the next 90 whatever days, 96 or whatever it is left. Yeah, I think it's a wide open race. But Trump has the advantage right now. Everybody should be sober about that on the Democratic side.
We call that labs for Trump in the background.
Yeah, that's right.
The dogs are barking. So Axelrod believes that Trump is basically the favorite at this point, which I think he is, which is a totally different message than what James Carville is portraying. I know we'll get to that later. I think Trump doesn't like the fact that Harris is in the race just because I think he had Joe dead to rights, and this has now become a race. But the question for me, and I'll just do it based off of polls, regardless of what they're worth, and they're not worth the Charmin you wipe your butt with, or the dude wipes that some people use.
Yeah, dude wipes.
So if you were up 4, 5, 6, and now your lead's 1 or 2, or it's even, or you're down 1, it's all part of the honeymoon phase. I think that the polls will shift again once they get on a debate stage and once people return from their summer sabbatical. But yes, this thing is going to be much closer. The only thing I push back on is where some people have tried to paint the picture that other states that were automatically deemed Trump are now in play. I mean, I know Kamala's going to try to run this little charade here of the never Trumpers that are going to vote for her, which, again, I still can't wrap my head around. I can understand the Nikki Haley stuff. I can't understand the Kamala stuff because she's super, super far left. But we actually had a story last week that Kamala Harris was going to try to make a play for Florida. No way. That's not going to happen at all. That's the stuff that I just do not buy into. The other stuff that might not have been in play, certainly more in play now.
Nancy Pelosi was interviewed by Leslie Stahl for CBS this morning. Yesterday,
this could be the clip of the day.
She says, well, there's 2 here that I want. Okay. I want to dissect. I'm going to start here with cut 12, Phil. Nancy Pelosi suggests that Joe Biden should be added to Mount Rushmore.
Not a joke.
Not a joke. Yeah, Leslie Stahl kind of pushed her on it, and she didn't back down from it. Cut 12, Phil. Go.
Then made light of it.
I've decided the best way forward.
Hang on. This is the wrong clip. Bad job by me, Phil. Sorry.
Anyway.
There's 2 Nancy clips, so it was my fault. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Bad job.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
All right, this is it. This is cut 12, Phil. Go.
To consequential president of the United States, a Mount Rushmore kind of president of the United States. Want to know what comes next?
That he belongs up there on Mount Rushmore. Lincoln and Joe Biden.
But you got Teddy Roosevelt up there, and he's wonderful. I don't say take him down, but you can add Biden.
You can add Biden.
We got to go to a 5th. We need a 5th on the Mount Rushmore. So now all the sports radio hosts across the country, they have to expand their top 4 to their top 5 if we're going to do Mount Rushmores on the radio, which is always a riveting exercise and puts people to sleep. I mean, we're talking about the worst president in my lifetime of 40 years being on this earth and the lowest rated president since Jimmy Carter. And Nancy, was it like a family wine session before she got on the air? Mount Rushmore. Can you imagine? I mean, I don't ever want to see Joe Biden and a picture of Abraham Lincoln in the same museum, much less on the same mountaintop.
Credit to Leslie Stahl, where she was like,
"Yeah,
are you insane,
she
lady?"
Almost spit out her Starbucks,
and then Nancy Pelosi doubled down on it.
Oh,
wow! Look at that.
Hey, my dad is in his late 80s, and he says this is the worst president in his lifetime.
Yeah, right.
Think about that.
We're going back to what, 1936?
Right.
Your dad was born?
Think about that.
Yeah.
So they were saying that we are one more clip from Nancy Pelosi. So we discussed a lot about the coup that they say occurred, with the Democrats basically saying, word is that there was a call, right? It was Obama, Pelosi, Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, we reported that a couple weeks ago.
And they were all saying that it was where Kamala is on board with the 25th Amendment if you don't step down.
Yeah.
Or get out of the race.
Right. But yet Trump's the threat to democracy.
This is cut 19, Phil. This is Leslie Stahl asked her, not in those words, but the fact that she came out and basically said, like, he needs to do what he needs to do, or something like that. It was very cryptic what she said.
Mm-hmm.
And this is that back and forth. Cut 19, Phil, go.
And made light of it.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation.
There have been reports that it was Nancy Pelosi who orchestrated a coordinated effort to squeeze President Biden to drop out. Please tell us what you told President Biden to persuade him to step aside.
Well, I've never shared any conversations with the President of the United States publicly, no.
Okay. It's said that he's furious at you. Is he?
Well, he knows that I love him very much.
I understand that you don't want to own this.
Yeah.
But it is so well reported that you were the leader of a pressure campaign.
No, I wasn't a leader of any pressure party. Well, let me say things that I didn't do. I didn't call one person.
Yeah, right.
I did not call one person. I could always say to him, I never called anybody. No. What I'm saying is I had confidence that the president would make the proper choice for our country, whatever that would be.
Yes.
And I said that. Whatever that is, we'll go with.
Had you seen a decline in Joe Biden, and did you think he needed to step aside?
No. My whole point was, whatever he decides, but we have to have a more aggressive campaign.
Wow. I mean, talk about not answering a question, right? So I never called anybody, never called anybody. They all called me, but I never called anybody.
Check the call logs, okay?
Oh, my God.
And I don't text.
So the 84-year-old basically held the gun to 81-year-old Joe Biden and said, get out or we're going to throw you out the back door out into the alleyway on a cold, rainy Tuesday night, okay? That's what basically happened here. And then after basically disposing of Biden's carcass, she gets on television and says, yeah, I might not have killed him, but I do believe he belongs on Mount Rushmore. Oh, my God.
I mean,
we knew this was going to happen, right? We talked about it. First, it would be Pelosi. Then Schumer would get involved.
Yep.
The Clintons were lingering. Then, of course, once Obama says it has to happen, everybody has to believe like it's, the words of the gospel coming down from the heavens above. And once Obama did it, it was over. And spare me Hakeem Jeffries. He's the young guy of the party. He's got very little sway. It's all about the older people. But some of them are older than Joe.
Yeah.
I just love how she says, he could never say I called anybody. I mean, so she said to her assistant, make sure you call them.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And it's so obvious.
And delete my email.
That word, you're right, Dawn. That word, I never called anybody. That's the first thing she said, which means
I can say that.
Yes. That's the one thing true that she can say. She never called anybody. Okay, great.
She's lying by omission. She's a
liar. Finally, on the cut sheet this morning, this is cut 18, Phil.
By the way, it's 8. This thing has flown by.
I know. There's so much content. There's so much content.
I looked up. I thought it was like 8:20. It was 8:40.
That's why we are live and local as long as we are, because of the vast amounts of content that comes in every day.
Okay.
No Mount Rushmores on this radio station. So RFK Jr. has finally admitted that he was involved in the shocking discovery of a bear found dead in Central Park a decade ago.
Oh my God.
For those of you who don't remember, the bear was found in the New York Park in October of 2014 by a dog walker, who then notified a Central Park conservatory working who contacted the police. An investigation by the DEC concluded that the 6-month-old bear was run over and killed by a vehicle, but they could not figure out how it ended up in the park. I give to you a video that was just released yesterday with comedian Roseanne Barr and RFK Jr. He now claims that he was there when the bear died and said he was responsible for it being located in Central Park. This is a little bit of the video. This is cut 18. Phil, go.
I was taking a group of people falconing up in Goshen, New York, up in the Hudson Valley.
First of all, he took a group of people falconing. I hate the Kennedys. That nobody falconing.
Yeah. By the way, and secondly, can you replicate the imitation you did of Bobby from Hour One?
Yeah, that was so good.
I thought that was him.
I don't know. It just infuriates me. These Kennedy. Oh, just like everybody else, I was falconing up in upstate New York. Oh, great. You're falconing. Well, you're dumb. What was JFK Jr.? That was that would have been his cousin, right?
Bobby Kennedy Jr.?
Yeah, JFK Jr. would have been his cousin. It's just the anniversary of him
20 years.
Yeah, flying an airplane because he's like, I'm a Kennedy, I can do whatever I want. Oh, look, problems. I guess I'm gonna go down here. Take a woman with him.
Just go into the mindset
that Kennedys do. They're all hideous people. Hideous people.
I mean, honestly, like at this point, you just have to ask yourself.
Help me understand.
What goes through somebody's mind to throw a dead animal carcass out in a public gathering space?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I stopped that because I couldn't get past the fact that him and his buddies were falconing up in Goshen, New York. All right, let's start cut 18 over again. Phil, go.
I was taking a group of people falconing up in Goshen, New York, up in the Hudson Valley. And I was supposed to meet them there at like maybe 8 or 9. I was driving up maybe, really early, like 7. And that woman in a van in front of me hit a bear and killed it, a young bear. So I pulled over and I picked up the bear and put him in the back of my van.
What?
Because I was going to skin the bear. And it was very good condition. And I was going to put the meat in my refrigerator. And you can do that in New York State. You can get a bear tag for a roadkill bear. And so then we went hawking, and I had the bear in my car. And then we had a really good day, and we went late. We were catching a lot of game, and the people really loved it, so we stayed late. And instead of going back to my home in Westchester, I had to go right to the city because there was a dinner at Peter Luger's Steakhouse.
Oh, just the amount of elitism in this.
I know.
We're falconing and we're like, it's just like, ugh, I hate them.
I'm somebody who loves eating different game. I've had venison, as many of you had. I like a good venison jerky, a venison stew from a deer. I also like rabbit. I've had rabbit sliders. Tastes like a high-end version of Spam. Oh, tremendous.
You've had rabbit sliders?
Oh, yeah, at this little bar in Nashville. Amazing with a bourbon. Just top-notch.
Little bunnies.
Little arugula. Want a little brioche slider.
You're disgusting.
Smear it with a little
mustard. You're
just
disgusting.
So good. But now Bobby Kennedy makes me not want to eat any of these game after he's talking about this bear debacle.
All right, now he goes into when he dumped the carcass.
And at the end of the dinner, it went late, and I realized I couldn't go home. I had to go to the airport, and the bear was in my car, and I didn't want to leave the bear in the car, because that would have been bad.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
That would have been smelly.
Thought, at that time, this was a little bit of the redneck in me. There'd been a series of bicycle accidents in New York. They had just put in the bike lanes, and saw a couple of people had gotten killed, and it was every day, and people had gotten badly injured. Every day it was in the press. And so I thought, I wasn't drinking, of course, but people were drinking with me who thought this was a good idea.
I wasn't drinking, of course, but other people
And I
were.
said, I had an old bike in my car that somebody had asked me to get rid of it. I said, let's go put the bear in Central Park and we'll make it look like he got hit by a bike.
What do you have
That's awesome. So there you go.
Why do you have an old bike in your car? Who randomly has an old bike in their car?
He's a hideous human being. This whole thing needs to be God.
Not a hideous human being.
He is.
You don't know him.
Yeah.
It just.
When was this? When does he talk? When was this?
Yeah, and why is he always wearing like a suit when he's just lounging around his house?
It was with Roseanne. It was with Roseanne during a podcast or something like that. I don't know. I just stop. First of all, you picked up a bear that had just been hit by a car to take the meat, and then you left it in your car to go falconing.
Yeah.
And
that's the redneck in him and Greg. Come on.
It's disgusting.
Yeah. Reminds me of the episode of Married with Children when Al and Bud go to prove they're a manly man to Peg's father.
Nobody knows.
They hunt a bear.
By the way, that was the great what's the name from the Burnett show?
Yeah.
Who was Dorf?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Sorry.
So he said that. So this actually was from 10 years ago. The bizarre bear story.
Yeah, 2014.
But I guess he's talking about it because somebody's doing an article about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember
So
when
he's
Bobby
setting
was
the
supposed to be a factor in the election?
Well, he's
remember that?
He's in the allegedly, like Real Clear Politics has him polling at about 2% where he's in play.
Wasn't he like at 10 or 12% or 13%?
I guess
but
we
2% matters.
I guess he did more than his uncle Teddy by picking up the carcass instead of leaving it at the bottom of that river or lake, whatever it was, where Teddy drove Mary Jo Kopechne over and killed her. So I guess he has one leg to stand on there. That he's not as awful as his uncle was.
Can you do the voice again?
No. Just can't. What is wrong with this family?
All right.
What is wrong with these people?
Only one can stay. The Kennedys or the French? Who stays, who goes, Greg?
I hate the Kennedys and I hate the French.
You gotta make a choice.
I don't know which one. I think the French stay because of the pole vaulter, which we'll get to. I guess we're gonna have to get to in the next installment of the cut sheet.
Part due in about 20 minutes.
By the way, Mary Jo Kopechne from Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Wilkes-Barre.
Exactly. Just a family of awful humans.
Yeah.
And
a lot of people love it.
Because we have this thought in our mind of like, oh, the Kennedys, oh, they're awful.
France,
every single one of them.
France can stay.
You don't know
because they're
every
a country.
Yeah.
The Kennedys or the royal family.
Oh, Nick, you're killing me here.
These are the pertinent questions.
Kind of like Teddy did to Mary Jo Kopechne.
Stop.
I would have to go with the Kennedys.
Meghan Markle or Bobby?
Oh, God.
I would definitely choose the Kennedy family, the Americans, over the royals.
All right. Dawn as a true patriot.
Right?
I just can't stand them.
All right, is that it?
I don't know why.
They're not like you. Stop talking about them like they're some great family. They're not like us.
But you don't know. You don't know them.
Their father was a Joe Kennedy was a racist bootlegger. Like, stop.
What are you talking about?
They made their fortunes.
Bootlegger,
not bootlicker. Bootlegger.
Yeah. I said bootlegger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never licked a boot or a bear.
All right. Hey, if I was living in the 20s, that would have been bootlegging as well. I'd been like Capone.
JFK and Robert Kennedy used Marilyn Monroe like an outlet.
But what would you rather, Greg? Would you rather?
Maybe we
wanted
spend
it.
2 more hours talking about Trump v. DeSantis. God.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Will that make you
humans.
happy, Fred? Will it?
I hate the Kennedys. Sorry.
Hey, if you didn't like that rant from Stalker, just download the Odyssey app, hit the microphone, and leave a 60-second voicemail. Tell Greg to shut up.
Thank you. Hit the voice message if you want to say I'm out of line for what I said about the Kennedys.
You are.
Have at it.
How dare you? What a threat to democracy you are.
I am.
All right, that'll do it. Round one of the cut sheet. We'll get to. We're not going to have time for much in the 9 o'clock in the 8 o'clock hour, but we'll come back and then we will get to a Dawn Stensland Big Three, and then a big 9 o'clock hour, which will include a pair of tickets for Politics and Pints, Cut Sheet Part 2, and we will unveil for the first time your recorded messages on the Odyssey voicemail system.
Yeah.
Is that what we're calling it? The Odyssey voicemail app.
The voice messages.
Voice messages.
Voice messages. Hit the little. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, hit the microphone and leave us a message. A ton of people are. I'm gonna have to during the next commercial break. I'm gonna have to sift through all of them and collect them.
There you go. All right, we'll come back. Final hour is on the way, and also we've got to get to some of the updates from the weekend with this travesty when it comes to boxing and gender identity in the Olympics. We talked about it late last week, but it really picked up again over the weekend, and we'll hit that on the other side. But first, let me tell you about my friends with the Piazza Auto Group. I was an Acura owner for just about 10 years, and I got to tell you, Piazza Acura of Westchester has a beautiful vehicle for you right now. I'm talking specifically about the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. It's the 2024 Acura Integra. By far the most striking model I've seen from the Acura line of vehicles, well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and a 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com today or test drive the new Integra in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading and tell them Nick sent you.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it, the one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/value.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers.
When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
There are any number of reasons you might consider selling your home. To move closer to family, live within a smaller budget, or just wanting a change of scenery. Whatever your reasons, having to figure out all the various housing market trends in your area may not be what you signed up for. That's where an agent who is a realtor comes in. Realtors have the expertise to help you find the right price and navigate the process to sell your home in a way that's right for you. That's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, baby. 9 o'clock hour is moments away. And it'll be a big one. Tickets up for grabs if you can identify a movie clip in just about 21 minutes. And that will get you in to Politics in Pints coming up with Dom and Donald Trump Jr.
Amazing. By the way, we will have tickets all this week at 9:20 for Politics in Pints, like Nick just said. And I believe Zioli will have them as well in the afternoon. So this week is the week to be listening to this radio station. So to try and win tickets to the Politics Alliance, which is a huge ticket right now.
That is right. Get them early, get them late, bookend them morning, afternoon. Dawn coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, followed by Dom. We'll find out what's on tap for Dawn's show at 9:50. A lot to get in there. We'll also get to Today in Music History and your voice messages on the new Odyssey voice message system, which will be coming up after What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. I do want to get to this Olympic boxing story that really took off again even further this weekend as a biological male. Yes, that is what he is when he was born, despite what he claims to be now, assaulting. I call it an assault. You can call it sport if you'd like. I don't adhere to that. And with Dawn being out last week, I want to get Dawn's thoughts on this as well. But before we get to all of that, it is 9 a.m. right now on the dot. And that means it's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Hurricane Debbie, still a Category 1 hurricane, pushing inland over Florida's Big Bend region, quickly becoming a tropical storm as that system is cut off from the warm water, obviously fueling it. That's what always happens. But those in Florida feeling Debbie's wrath, torrential rain, floods, and that is spreading over large portions of the state of Florida as well as southern Georgia and the south as it moves forward. And yes, we will be feeling the after effects of this, hurricane turned tropical storm named Debbie. Still pretty early in the hurricane system and hurricane season, we might add. But more than 250,000 people without power right now. All told, Debbie could unload up to 30 inches of rain on parts of South Carolina, and that's through this Friday, and more than a foot of rain from northern Florida all the way through to southeastern North Carolina.
The wrath of Debbie.
The wrath of Debbie.
Every man out there just cringing right now hearing that. The wrath of Debbie.
And then you think about the economic impact of, you think about the flooding, what the flooding means, what it means to crops, what it means. You think about the economy that rolls us into the storm facing us, and that's an economic storm as far as the results tumbling in from Friday's disastrous job report that came out Friday afternoon. The Labor Department and our government choosing to release those numbers from July Friday afternoon. Now we're seeing as the markets, opening pre-market, we're seeing, numbers of down 800 points, that sort of thing. So just looking at the impact economically as far as what this means with that horrible jobs report. And then early this morning, I had reported that the Federal Reserve had announced an emergency meeting that they were going to be gathering, considering a rate cut as much as 0.5.
Wow.
So half a percentage point. Will they do that? Many analysts saying that would be bad. That's a panic move. Don't panic. So a lot going on as we think about all the storms, if you will. And then I have to go with number 3, even though I know we're going to talk about it. We've talked about it a lot with the imminent decision by Kamala Harris and both the Veep and the future hopeful Veep, J.D. Vance, here in Philadelphia tomorrow. But I have to think about what's going on here in Philadelphia at the airport. What a hot mess.
Mm-hmm.
If you are just waking up and you are heading to the airport and you didn't call ahead or check your flight, especially American Airlines, everything's a hot mess, delays. So you want to check ahead because we're still hearing about the major domino effect that's occurring at airports and across the country due to the weather, but here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, if you had thoughts of getting on a flight, Joe Biden has some advice for you.
Don't.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
So not a lot of great news. First Harvest Credit Union builds stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth savings account. GSA, earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while having flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com for all the details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union, for sponsoring Big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:04 as we continue here on this Monday morning. So Friday, I did a big take on the gender nonsense going on the global stage for the Olympics as a biological male victimized, brutalized, and destroyed a biological female in all of 46 seconds. That is Algerian boxer Amain Khalif, who pretty much just had his way with Angela Carini, the Italian female. And obviously she was very upset. She basically threw in the towel after 46 seconds saying, you know what, these punches are landing at a different level of ferociousness, and I'm out. And I don't blame her whatsoever. It was the first time I've done a big take in about a month where it didn't revolve around Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and everything that has transpired in the last 36 days. Well, we've got an update from that story over the weekend. And, you talk about gaslighting. The Associated Press on Saturday actually had the gumption to put out this story. And I want to read you just the headline. Breaking. Algerian boxer Amain Khalif clinches Olympic medal after facing online abuse over misconceptions about her gender. So you really want to talk about abuse. So Again, online abuse, verbal abuse, words to the left, far more punitive and hurtful than actions. It's the standard operating procedure of the left. So the victim here on the receiving end of abuse was not Angela Carini, a biological female from Italy who got her face punched in by a guy, but no, Mr. Khalif, Ms. Khalif, whatever you want to call the boxer from Algeria. That's the true victim. And that is a true travesty, in my opinion. Indeed. And this is the thing that really ticks me off, Dawn, is we gave you that report. This had to be well over a year ago now, where the Washington Post did a study and a survey that said about 70% of Americans do not believe a biological man should compete against biological females in sports. And now we've got a new national poll from Rasmussen that found that 72% of registered voters oppose transgender identifying males competing in women's sports. The same study learned that only 36% of voters are aware of Kamala Harris's view on the issue. And when we talk about the view of this issue, we talked about this Friday that Josh Shapiro is completely on board with men competing in women's sports, all under the umbrella of inclusion. I'm sorry, that's abuse. That's not inclusion. And I even said, and I was willing to take a little bit of a break on that stance on Friday. I said, look, if you want to say, now, trust me, I still think it's wrong, but Paula Scanlon losing to Leah Thomas is absolutely wrong.
Yes.
But there was no physical abuse, right? She's in her swimming lane.
No, because that was you had a rape victim.
Okay. Let me
forced
rephrase.
to be in a locker room.
Correct.
With a naked, huge biological male with his apparatus at full attention.
Got it.
And she told, I
permission
was
to
at that Bucks County event.
Permission to rephrase. There's no physical contact between the two, right? Like Leah's in her lane and, Paula's in her lane.
Yeah.
But, when I'm watching a guy, back in my day, Dawn, we would call that domestic violence. We would call that physical abuse. And I'm watching it, and I'm just thinking, how does anybody arrive at the conclusion that this is okay? I don't think you need to be a father or a mother with daughters to be outraged by it. I'm a little surprised that 28% of registered voters are okay with it. I would have figured it would probably be like a single-digit percentage, 8% of people, just the fringe, radical, crazy people. And what's weird about this, Dawn, is when it comes to the culture wars, we've seen Republicans lose elections by running on this, even though 3 out of every 4 registered voters are in agreement with Republicans on this. That's the confounding part of it. So it's weird that Democrats are running on this as some form of inclusion, even though most Americans disagree with it, yet they still find a way to win. So I don't know where that leaves us. I'm kind of flummoxed by the whole thing. But I just hate the fact that now this individual is the victim because people online were questioning the identity from a gender standpoint.
So initially the reports were that this individual is one of those rare people who's born with both female and male parts, then the parents choose and do a surgical, that was what the inference. That's what we were to believe. But then this World Boxing Organization official came out over the weekend and said, no, I warned about this. This individual was born a biological male. Mm-hmm. And this whole story of the other story is not correct. So that's the allegation.
Right.
And so these are different things. And if that's true, then this young lady who had her face beaten in and she puts up the X, to say women matter and Riley Gaines and we're all retweeting it. Mm-hmm. This is abuse of women and it's disrespect and it must stop now.
I agree. And here's the quote from the European vice president, as you mentioned, of the World Boxing Organization. Quote, "The problem was not with the level of Khalif's testosterone, because that can be adjusted nowadays, but with the result of the gender test, which clearly revealed that the Algerian boxer is biologically male." To which, of course, there are people out there, no, you're wrong. She's a female. No, she's not a female. She's a biological male.
This is science.
That's science, right?
A scientific test.
Correct.
And said scientifically, this individual is a biological male. That's the science.
Right. And basically what, far left progressives are saying right here is what they're inferring, and what the takeaway is from the party of science is, well, we believe in science when it benefits our cause or our platform, and then we disregard science in the name of inclusion, which to me, again, and this was a totally preventable situation. And I know you mentioned Simone Biles earlier. Can you imagine? And I always like to bring up, and I forget who the first person I ever heard say this. I know Mary Walter has brought this up. Maybe Opelka has brought it up as well when I've heard some of his Saturday show. He'll talk about the pyramid of victimization and how the left tries to sit there and say, well, the white person, blah, 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 the black person, blah, 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 and then if it's a black female, but then if it's a transgender LGBTQ member, blah, 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 blah. So let me just throw out this hypothetical.
It's what I call the rock, paper, scissor theory, right?
Correct. Whoever has the most boxes to check will be the ultimate victim, and they will be defended the most. So let me just ask you this. What if this was Simone Biles, Olympic legend, right? Imagine if Simone Biles, who I think just took home another gold, the greatest to ever do it in her sport. I would say she's the Serena Williams of tennis. If you want to make an apples-to-apples comparison, she's Michael Phelps to swimming. I mean, she is the GOAT. I don't think there's any debate for that. But could you imagine those that have been silent on Carini, the girl from Italy, being knocked out basically by a male? Could you imagine if Simone Biles took home the silver because a biological man competing as a woman won the gold? Do you think the same majority of people that are silent on this issue would be silent on Simone Biles? I find that very, very hard to believe, which again to me illustrates the hypocrisy. And if you speak out against this, you're labeled this, that, or the other thing, every phobia under the sun. It's just basic biology, right? There's two genders. No matter what your doctor's office will give you options to check on. And I've said this on the show before. If you're a person of religion, you believe God created man and woman. If you're a science person, well, there's two genders. There's male and there's female. There's not 7 of them. There's not 12 of them. There's not 15 of them. But yet, again, it's the majority of Americans that are in agreement that this is wrong. Yet it's only the vocal minority that are, I think, in the wrong that are allowed to voice their opinion on this issue. And that's the thing that's so frustrating about it, because we're being gaslit and we're being trolled by a select few who are wrong on the issue. Mm-hmm. But those that are right on the issue, that speak up, they're the ones that get in trouble. That's the upside down world that we are living in. And Josh Shapiro, who could very well be made vice president at some point today and will be publicly available with Kamala Harris tomorrow in Philadelphia. And I gave you the receipts and the tweets on Friday's show. He tweeted back in April of 2021, and it was something in regards to a something under the Title IX umbrella. He said if it arrived on his desk, it's dead on arrival, and he would veto it. I think it was the Fairness in Sports Act or something to that effect.
It goes back to when he was the Attorney General of Pennsylvania.
Correct.
And all of these attorneys general from across America, Democrats, signed these amicus briefs, and they were fighting for the right of biological males to not only compete against girls in sports, but to be, to my understanding, to be able to, depending on how you identify, go into a female locker room, bathroom, just depending on how you identify.
Right. And I said this a couple of months ago. We did a big take. I think this was right around some of the Title IX rewrites. I mean, this is something that the Trump administration and he and J.D. Vance, and whether it's a male conservative or female. So, you know, whether it's Tulsi Gabbard out there, whether it's Sarah Huckabee Sanders, anybody, because I do think it carries more weight when a female speaks up as opposed to a male. You know, we've talked about the Republican Party's issue since Roe v. Wade. If you want to mitigate some of, and it might be only a small percentage, but in a election that is basically a coin flip, if you can win back some voters by defending female rights under Title IX after what the Supreme Court did 2 years ago, to me, that's a battle worth fighting. Again, I don't think it needs to be the crux of a campaign, for sure. Again, it's about the economy, it's about the border, it's about wars. You can't make it the whole crux of your platform like DeSantis did, you know, with the whole wokeness thing. Like that's like 5% of your entire portfolio. But Trump, Vance, and again, this is why I think you and I, Don, when we talked about females, possibly selecting a female vice president would have mattered. You liked Sarah. I liked Tulsi. I think they're both far more qualified to talk about female rights in Title IX and, of course, Roe v. Wade than J.D. Vance is, than Byron Donalds is. I mean, there's a way that the women can frame women issues that men just swing and miss on every time.
True, but I don't think the Veep matters as much in that context. The only thing I watch for is, well, number one, J.D. Vance with all of his military experience. Maybe that's why she's looking at Kelly, Senator Kelly from Arizona, because he was in the Navy, military background. So there's that going on. But at the end of the day, I watch for the way the media will cover once Kamala Harris, and we know that could happen any moment. So let's say she picks Shapiro or whoever she's going to pick, right?
Yep.
We think it's probably Shapiro. So let's say she picks Shapiro. You're going to see this gushy, lovey, and you'll hear all good stuff about him, and you're not going to hear the negatives. But then on the other side with J.D. Vance, you're going to hear horrible things, and that's where the media comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how the media just destroyed Sarah Palin.
Yep.
And I'm not saying she was perfect. I'm not even saying she was fully ready for primetime. But I think that certainly if Sarah Palin had been a Democrat back in the day, as McCain's Veep, if they had been Democrats, they would have gushed all over her and loved all over her, and Katie Couric would have been her BFF.
Yep, there you go. 855-839-1210. Rich is in Glenmore. Rich, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
How's it going, guys? I was just wondering if you heard the news that General Mills was putting out a new Wheaties box for the 2024 Olympics to commemorate it.
No.
They're going to have Caitlyn Jenner punching Mary Lou Retton in the face.
Rich, do you have any other material that you want to introduce to the public today?
No, I'm a one-trick pony this morning.
Same
But,
here.
Thank you for having on.
All right, Rich, we appreciate it. How about that? I wonder where he was going with that. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to our morning mystery movie clip, and then if you know what it is, you will get a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints.
Wow.
How about that?
With Donald Trump
Nice.
Jr. and Dom.
There you go.
So
Sweet.
New date, September 12th. So, Dawn, you're expected to be there.
Of course, will be there.
Because we did this around your schedule.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm just
I called up Don. I'm like, yo, Don Jr., please, come on, man. Give me a break here.
Kayal and company will come out and introduce Donald Trump Jr.
Beautiful. All right, so I won't be alone. Dawn will be up there with me?
Yes.
And Greg.
All of us.
I don't
we
need
got
to
the
be-
team.
I don't need to be up there.
Right. You might have an ankle injury or something.
Come on, man. You got to be up there.
I got my
Come on.
Fell
my
into
ankle.
his pool.
Stop.
My ankle
Banged his head.
Actually, the Wheaties cover is J.J. Watt and T.J. Watt.
Oh, great.
The Watt brothers.
The Watt.
Well,
Yeah.
at least it's not the Kelseys.
What? Oh, jeez.
All right, morning mystery movie clip is coming up next, followed by Cut Sheet Part 2. Stay there.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join us as we honor the late, great former Phillies president and CEO David Montgomery on Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame Night, Saturday, August 17th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Nats. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at Phillies.com.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild ready for back to school. The summer is a great time to call Kathy Ganna and METC. Get a game plan in place for a great start to the new school year. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Ganna, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy today at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. And now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at METC.com. Call METC's tutoring studio today at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.24 Monday morning. It is Kayal and Company. As we roll on, Dow futures crashing before your very eyes, down 2.8%, well over 1,100 points. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet part due on the way. The debut of the Odyssey voice message system.
Wow.
Yep.
Boy, they are hot and heavy today. A lot of people leaving messages.
How about that? It's your way to riff and rant a la carte on demand if you don't have the time to pick up the phone or load up social media.
By the way,
Convenience.
by the way, if we don't get to yours today, because there are a ton of them, we will get to yours tomorrow. So keep leaving messages all day long.
Yeah.
Just hit the microphone button on the Odyssey app and sound off for 60 seconds, whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to talk about.
All right. Still ahead today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter today. But right now, let's see if we can give away the Politics and Pints tickets if you know what today's Morning Mystery movie clip is.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your stats are very respectable. You've done some solid work here. But it's not quite Ivy League now, is it?
You know, Bill, there's one thing I've learned in all my years. Sometimes you gotta say, what the make your move.
I beg your pardon?
So, how we doing?
It's like University of Illinois.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, today's great prize and all week long, a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey. It's coming up on September 12th. Each ticket also includes a copy of Letters to Trump. Tickets on sale now at 1210 WPHT. Caller 12 855-839-1210. If you can identify that clip, you are on your way. And a pair coming up later today on the Rich Zeoli Show. Best of luck. Caller 12 855-839-1210. All right, without further ado, let's see what Stalker has left over from about 45 minutes ago. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. So you mentioned James Carville earlier. Boy, he's a weird guy.
Yeah, he hasn't been happy for months.
Yeah,
I feel for him.
He does a podcast too because
who doesn't?
Everybody does these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Kayal.
Yeah.
He went there and said that. So the story is that there was supposed to be a debate for September 10th by ABC News. That was supposed to be with Trump and Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's not happening. Trump doesn't want to do that one. He asked for a Fox News debate with Brett Baer and Martha McCallum for September 4th. Do I have all that correct?
Yep.
And Kamala Harris said she's not doing that. Is that correct?
Correct. She says only on ABC News.
So she's only going to do it for ABC. Okay. Well, James Carville used his platform, his podcast, which I'm sure dozens of people listen to. More people right now in Salem County, New Jersey, will be listening to this than actually heard it live on whatever streaming platform he's on. He said that Trump is a scared little girl.
Okay.
Or no, excuse me. He's scared to debate a girl, and he's quote. Essing his pants.
Okay. He's pooping himself, like Joe in front of the Pope.
Thank you.
Okay.
Cut 15, Phil, go.
The debate. Of course, Trump was supposed to debate on ABC, I think it was September 10th. And of course he's Trump is scared to debate a girl.
What the hell is this?
I have no idea. His connection in the podcast is awful. I would have told him to reboot his internet and hook up his like he's in. Where's he in Baton Rouge? He's somewhere in Louisiana. As I said earlier in the big take this morning, Trump is not remotely scared to debate Kamala Harris. But here's what really ticks me off. Why does Trump have to keep acquiescing to them? He went on CNN. He said, okay, you can mute my mic. You can have no studio audience. You can have whatever moderators that hate my guts. Why does the Republican always have to bend the knee to the Democrats' wish? Why?
Yeah.
Why is she so, and seriously, Trump goes to the NABJ in Chicago. Trump's not afraid to go to any venue or setting that's not necessarily home field advantage.
We continue here.
God.
So now he says he wants to do Fox. And he wants this. And of course, he's in his pants because, as we pointed out before on here, all he does is fart in his pants. And the whole thing is deteriorating, going nothing. But I got an idea.
Yeah.
I got an idea. I want to throw this out.
Yeah.
I think, I hope somebody in the vice president campaign is listening. I think we should accept the Fox debate. And I think the debate should take place on a night of September 18th in New York City. And I think we should be gracious to former President Trump. He's old and he's kind of losing it. But I happen to know he's going to be in Manhattan on September 18th. Well, James, how do you know that? Because that's the date he sentences his fat ass. So tell Fox.
Wow.
You'll be glad. You'll show up in Manhattan. They got a studio there. I've been in it before. And we'll have the debate on Fox on the night of September the 18th.
Yeah.
So usually Carville, a little more politically correct when he does television appearances.
Oh no, he's not. No, he's not.
I've never heard him. I've never heard him act like that.
I will say one thing about Carville. First of all, he got a president elected, or helped get a president elected. So I think he's a smart guy. The Democrat Party doesn't listen to him at all because he's like, the older generation. Like, okay, boomer. But no, I think he's part of that older liberal wing that just lets everything fly. He doesn't really care what people say.
And we've played a ton of Carville clips over the last 22 months. I've never, now granted you can't curse on television like he does sometimes right there, but my God, was he cocktailing? He sounded like he was hitting it.
Yeah, he did sound a little liquored.
Yeah.
A little liquored up.
A little brown water.
But that September 18th date, it's not going to happen.
No. But we're going to get one minimum, if not two. I mean, can Kamala Harris step out of her little protective cocoon? I mean, she acts like going on Fox with Brett Baer is going to be very contentious. I mean, heck, there's times, you know why Newsmax exists? Newsmax exists because at times Fox is critical of Trump. Yeah. So, I mean, let's not act like Fox is always 100% pro-Trump because they're not.
Nick, I know you have a fantasy football league, right?
I have two of them.
Do you guys, is it pure money or do you guys do bets if the opponent loses? Like if you lose, does somebody say, okay, you have to do X, or is it purely money?
No, we just pay a buy-in fee and then dish out the prize pool at the end of the year.
This is Cut 21, Phil. Country star Luke Combs. He made the losers of his fantasy football league come on stage to sing to a crowd of thousands of people. They sang a song walking in Memphis, so they had to get up on stage having no experience.
Oh boy!
And get up there and sing one of his hits.
Okay.
This is Cut 21. Phil, go.
Who knows what fantasy football is in here? I've been in a fantasy football league with some of my best friends from high school for 12 years now.
12 years, yeah.
We've been doing it for 20.
Last year we decided that whoever lost was going to have to come on stage and sing with me tonight. Now, lucky for me, there was a scoring issue in the last game, and my two best friends in the whole world both lost, and they both have to come out and sing in front of you guys tonight. These guys have been nervous about this for a long time. We worked a little something up with the band. Now they didn't get to pick what song
they come on stage with a cooler.
Oh boy!
And beers.
Yeah, baby.
Here, fellas. Don't be shy.
Here we go.
One has a romper on. Is that a romper?
Yeah. What is that?
It looks like a romper.
It's zipped all the way down. It's a bad look. It's got Crocs on it too. Should have made him sing Fast Car.
Mark Cohn's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. I gotta ask you guys a question.
Great song.
Yeah. I love Luke Combs, by the way.
If you're in the audience and you come to see a Luke Combs concert, you don't want to see two randos
Right.
messing up the song, do you?
Yeah. Back in my old previous life of
Yeah.
sports radio, nobody ever wanted to hear you talk about your fantasy football team on the radio either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was another unwritten rule.
Yeah, but it's just like it's conversational. It's fun. I love
Yeah.
stuff like that at a concert.
Do you?
I do.
By the
I
way,
love that.
How do you? So he's got a group of. They've been doing it for 12 years, and it's him and his high school buddies. How do you think those buddies feel now? Is they're like mucking it up, grinding out 9 to 5s, and Luke Combs is bazillionaire? A little animosity there during fantasy football season, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would be.
You're like, really? You're gonna make me?
Yeah,
You
right.
can't just.
Yeah.
Hey.
And by the way, if we ever do like a fantasy football league on this show, don't get any ideas about getting me up to sing if I lose to you, Stalker. Well, I'm not a good singer.
Now we have to.
Yeah, now we have to. One more before we get to the voice messages.
Oh, we're getting to it super.
21-year-old pole vaulter Anthony Emirati has become an instant viral phenom after an incident involving his crotch. Get on over to YouTube if you want to see this, youtube.com/at1210WPHT. If you don't, I completely understand. Log off now. Emirati missed his target height and knocked down the pole with
his bulge.
His bulge, yes, on Saturday.
Okay.
Which caused him to fail his qualifying track for the final.
Right, and he now identifies as Angela.
While social media had been flooded with jokes over Emirati's crotch, French outlets are highlighting the unfortunate twist of fate for Emirati, who won't have another chance to compete for a medal and has exited the Olympics. So he had to exit the Olympics because of his giant member.
He says he was missing a little pole.
Oh boy! All right,
I was missing a little pole.
Phil, can you run cut 21? There's no audio if you just want to run.
By the way,
21.
after we play
hang on,
this-
watch. Ready?
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
The guy is.
Yeah.
He certainly wins at life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Fortunately, it's the
Hey.
Olympics and nobody's watching.
Look at that.
Oh.
Oh yeah, this went viral.
Dawn,
Oh,
can
my
you
God.
can you console him right now in your Melania voice?
Oh man. Oh,
I just
that
think
poor gentleman.
Yeah, but nobody knew who he was, and now he's famous. He's a famous pole vaulter, famous for his other pole.
Oh my Lord!
As a fellow male member, the question I think going through my head at least is, do pole vaulters wear cups?
Obviously not.
He's certainly not. I mean, that's a leotard he's wearing, right? And he's there's nothing to that imagination.
The French.
The
nothing,
French, yes.
Nothing
Yeah.
could strap it down.
Oh,
It
my
is so
Lord.
large.
As if you
It's a
hated the
grande.
French for any reason.
Yeah, as a fellow French hater, Stalker,
Yeah.
do you have any remorse?
Little
today?
envious?
Yeah.
No, I
Pole
didn't.
envy?
I did not say that. I'm just saying the man is very well endowed.
So there it is.
So much so that it cost him the Olympics. It literally cost him the Olympics.
Do you recover from that in your career?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, you train your whole life for these moments,
Dude,
right?
he's gonna have so many dates for men and women.
I guess you could say his buddies in the near future will be busting his balls.
Yes, they will definitely be. All right, we should break so we can get to the incarnation of voice messages.
Yes, coming up next, it's the debut. Have you left your voicemail? If not, download the Odyssey app. Go to Talk Radio 1210 by searching us, and right next to the Listen Live button, a little microphone. Just tap it and talk, and maybe you'll get on the air. Back after this.
Let's talk about the magic and finding the magic in your kitchen. If you're tired of that old kitchen, that outdated bathroom, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And with a new vanity, and what about a tub shower conversion? Oh, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. Plus, by the way, they're a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yeah, local employer and proud of it. All American. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and I'm not done. Plus, you get 10% off your entire remodel. So get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Put this on the calendar. KitchenMagic.com. Remember, tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Cozy Jewelers is the place to go to for exquisite engagement rings. Thinking about popping the question this summer? Whether you buy something off the shelf or go for a custom engagement ring, Cozy is there for you and will make sure you get the perfect ring thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. This summer, begin a lifetime of happiness with a ring from Cozy. Go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or shop online at CozyJewelers.com. That's CozyJewelers.com. And step up to the 5th C, COZZI.
Oh, I wish I could handle all my financial needs under one roof.
How many roofs do you go to?
Currently, 4. One for savings, another for loans, and...
Stop. Write this down. First Harvest Credit Union. I'm able to save money with amazing loan rates and saving options like certificates, checking, growth savings account, which is currently earning 3.5% annual percentage yield. Should I continue?
You had me at one roof.
Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch. Membership restrictions apply. Equal opportunity lender insured by NCUA.
By registering for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event, you'll see real statements from Crash Proof Retirement clients documenting how the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement system credits double-digit interest returns, even during the worst of recent stock market downturns.
Rob Lukens, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. During COVID, when everything was going down in the stock market, we saw our investment with Crash Proof grow 15%, which was unheard of. Markets weren't growing that way. The interest we made through Crash Proof's investments, we keep it. We don't lose anything. We keep every penny that we invested. The worst that's going to happen is you keep your money. Crash Proof gives me great peace of mind. And I would recommend anybody who sees this or hears this to give Crash Proof a call. Pick the phone up, call. It's simple.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Now's the time to get Rescue Natural Supplements during their annual Customer Appreciation Sale. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 50% when you mix and match any 5 products or more with the code VIP50. Plus, you'll receive free shipping. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Again, mix and match any 5 or more single bottles and enjoy 50% off plus free shipping. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, be sure to create your own account to earn more exclusive savings. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. That's code VIP50 at res-q.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, And yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
At 9:45, it is Kayal and Company, the debut of the Talk Radio 1210 WPHT Odyssey voice message machine in just a moment. But let's give away our Politics and Pints tickets. We have Jill, surprisingly, in Collingswood this morning. Jill, what movie clip did we just play for you?
That was Risky Business with
Yeah.
a very young Tom Cruise.
Well done, Jill. Congratulations.
Very good.
September 12th,
Thank you.
just about 5 weeks from today, you are going to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr.
I'm super excited to see our next president's son.
All right, there you go. Jill,
Woo.
congratulations. Thank you for listening and playing.
Wow. Imagine that.
Yeah, she could probably walk to the venue.
That's great.
Probably that close.
Somebody in Collingswood won tickets to the Collingswood Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. By the way, tickets on sale. If you haven't gotten your tickets yet, tickets are on sale at 1210WPHT.com, but they're going fast.
All right, Gregory, what do we have lined up for the debut of the Odyssey voice message system?
Hey, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, keep up the good work. We love yous.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, where's this microphone button at? I can't see it. Come on, Greg, where is this button at?
Sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I think I found it. All right, ready to transmit to WPHT in 3, 2, 1.
Wow, good job.
Sounds like there was like a crotch rocket behind him.
Woo! Greg, Nick, and Dawn, love you guys. Beta testing your recording.
Yeah.
Go 12:10 a.m. Woohoo! Good, Anne-Marie.
She's got a better connection than James Carville.
Who was that?
Morning, Nick Kayal, and I absolutely love this idea.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank
Appreciate
you,
it
ma'am.
very much.
We
Very
love
nice.
it too.
Hey guys, Kevin from Bucks County, just helping you beta test this alpha tool. Just a reminder, you can still go to GregStockerSucks.com
Thank
to
you.
keep donating to Families Behind the Badge.
Appreciate that.
Just because the ride is over doesn't mean that you can't stop supporting Families Behind the Badge. GregStockerSucks.com.
Thank you.
Well said, Kevin.
Hi, this is Anne Mary from Northeast Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I love the show, and I love the cut sheet every morning.
Thank you.
My daughters love it too.
This is Kaylee from Berks County, and you're listening to 1210 WPHT.
Thank you for the liner.
Does the Odyssey app work in real time? Will you see my comments in real time at 12:10 if I use this Odyssey button?
Well, we just played it,
Yeah.
so I think that would have to be
How about
a yes.
This is Greg from Lancaster County. Love the feature. Been a listener for a long time.
Thank you, Greg.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
How about that?
Hey, it's Mike from Flemington. I just want to comment on the Secret Service and the issue with the lack of communication. Most of the problem of that stems from the advance party and the fact that the Secret Service counter sniper team, which is probably the best in law enforcement in the world, wasn't assigned there until like a day out. And if you look at counter sniper, it's kind of like an offensive line. They all have to be working together.
Yep.
So the fact that counter snipers, the Secret Service didn't allow the counter snipers to be on site or weren't approved to be on site till a day out, there was no time to do that coordination. It also led to the delay in shooting because they didn't understand the capabilities nor probably meet the other counter snipers from local law enforcement. So it wasn't the agents on the ground, and I know you stressed that.
Yep.
This is a failure at the leadership level, and the fact that they left Trump out there to to
Yep.
die in the wind.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Total management failure from the top. But here's the thing that I said earlier in the show is, I mean, why are we relegated to cell phones in bad spots in the country where cell phone service is spotty? Wouldn't you want the Secret Service, state police, and local authorities like Butler, ESU, all on some sort of walkie, and I know I sound like a dope when I say this, but like some sort of walkie-talkie communication where everybody can hear everything and we don't have to rely on cell phone
Or
towers?
Snapchat.
Yep.
My teenagers could come up with a better. I mean,
Amen.
seriously.
Amen. By the way, if we had so many today, we're running out of time. We'll keep doing this all week. So if we didn't play your voice message today, we'll play it tomorrow or Wednesday. So keep them coming. Just hit the little microphone button on the Odyssey app, and you can leave us a message, and we will play it for you this week.
There we go. Not bad for the debut. And now we find out what occurred. Oh, by the way, if you've been wondering all morning what the Aerosmith music has been about, you're about to find out.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 5th. On Friday, news broke that the Bad Boys from Boston, one of the greatest bands of all time, said they were done. So we're scrapping all the normal stuff and dedicating today's entire segment to Aerosmith. Wow. Now, actually, that news hammered home the reason I've seen nearly 70 shows, yes, 70 shows over the last 2.5 years. Shinedown on Saturday was my 69th since January of 2022.
Nice.
Because sooner rather than later, the majority of the bands I grew up listening to will be gone if they aren't already.
Dead.
And to quote Steven Tyler, I don't want to miss a thing. Now, you could argue that maybe some of these bands should be done already, but that is for another day. Anyway, since there is a bunch of On This Day Aerosmith news, I thought I'd put together a brief band timeline that you won't hear anywhere else, including the big rock stations in this town. So, let's begin.
Some shade.
On this day in 72, Aerosmith signed to CBS Records after Clive Davis saw them play at a club in New York. Fast forward to 89, I saw them for the very first time at Old Boston Garden during the Pump Tour with Skid Row opening.
Look at that
then
ticket.
in 2003, I saw them again here in Camden with Kiss opening. My sister drove down from Connecticut. That was a great show. On this day in 2009, Steven Tyler actually fell off a stage during a show in Sturgis, badly injuring himself. Here's the thing. 3 shows later, they were scheduled to be here in Camden, which I had tickets for, but sadly, the rest of that tour was canceled. Now, fast forward one more time to September 9th, 2023. I saw Aerosmith with my wife at UBS Arena in New York. It was the 3rd scheduled show of a long farewell peace out tour. But little did we know that it actually would be their last show. Now, normally, I'd actually question a retirement. But with Steven Tyler, who's now 76, with vocal cord injuries, I believe they are sadly done. So to Aerosmith, thank you. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
And
Amen.
to old musicians, does the term limits mean anything to you?
Oh, boy, that's not right. Come on.
And by the way, speaking of music, nice of Phil Lomquist to show up at Music Fest on Saturday with a beer and a mug and enjoying his day with his wife as I'm working Music Fest with my mother-in-law. So
Nice.
Phil won the weekend.
Yeah.
I did not. All right, let's find out who won. No, we got to find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. It's been a while since we've asked.
Yeah, we have. I mean, the stock market obviously opened at 9:30, way down. These are historic numbers, and there is a flurry of news surrounding that one, so we'll get into it. But off the top, a great local doctor talking about what is happening right here in Pennsylvania. Something was slipped in to some legislation involving prescription medication. You want to hear about this? It has to do with your prescription medication, and it also has to do with some of those puberty blockers as well. A real double whammy snuck in. We're going to get into all of it coming up.
All right, the Dawn Show is up next. That'll do it for us here on a Monday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. A lot on the economy and a day in which Philadelphia will welcome in Kamala Harris, potentially Josh Shapiro, and J.D. Vance, all about 4 miles apart. As John Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And